Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Aso, this is Aso Tarot, and in today's super big boy reading, we are going to be looking at a love connection in your life and looking at what's going on, what you need to know, and checking in. So we have so much to cover today. I'm really excited for this reading. It literally took me like 2 days just to prepare for it, but I'm so excited now that we're ready. So to start in the free reading, what we're going to do is do the energy check to make sure you found the right reading in the first place. If you have questions, I will be going over common, frequently asked questions in the very beginning of each reading, so you'll get that there. But we're essentially going to use oracles to look at your energy, your person's energy, and the energy between the two of you. Then after we do that, hopefully that resonates. If it doesn't resonate, pick another pile. Then we are going to use the tarot deck that you picked for your side. We're also going to be using two other separate tarot decks, one for your person and one for the energy between the two of you. And we're going to be looking at your thoughts, feelings, and actions, theirs, and what you mutually think, what you mutually feel, and what you mutually have been doing within this connection. And then we're going to finish off with guidance, and we're going to get guidance for you, guidance for your person, and guidance for the both of you. I find it's often really helpful to see what the other person's guidance is because it kind of helps you see like where they're at. But this may not look like a lot, but this will be a lot. I am crossing my fingers that I'm able to do each pile in under an hour, but we'll see. I don't put time limits on my readings for a reason. I am nosy and I like to get to the bottom of things. But with that being said, if the free reading resonates and you are enjoying it and you would like to support me and also find out a whole lot more, keep this party going, we are going to be diving way deeper in the extended, where we're going to start out, well, the overall theme is what's next for the connection, but what we're going to do is we're going to start out using channeled messages to have an honest conversation between you and your person, where we're going to be looking at what your higher selves would say to each other, what your human selves would say to one another, and we're also going to look at what your higher selves mutually think, feel, agree on, and what your human selves mutually think, feel, agree on. Then we are going to pull oracle cards from a couple of different decks in order to look at where this connection is headed in the near future, so like the next 3 months-ish. And based on those cards, as well as all the information that we've already gotten, I am going to ask questions based on that information. So in each extended, the questions will likely be different. I wrote down a bunch of potential questions, but as to what they are going to be, that is a secret that the extended holds. I'm asking an unlimited amount of questions until I am satisfied with the answers that we get. My goal is to bring you clarity, peace, and empowerment so that you can not only feel more comfortable and confident in terms of what's right for you in terms of this connection, in terms of what you can expect, also help you just feel like you know as much as you possibly can. Get rid of that rumination. So like a couple of questions, for example, like what's in your control in this connection? Is there anything that can change the energy of the connection? How will these energies manifest individually? How will they manifest together? There's so many different questions that we can ask, and it will really heavily depend on the energies, but hopefully you trust me enough to ask on your behalf. I trust my guidance on this one. I think we'll get some good juicy questions and some even juicier answers. But then after we do that, and I am satisfied with the guidance that we've been given, the information, we are going to get guidance from Mega Deck, which we have not used Mega Deck in a while. And this Mega Deck, we are going to be using the Affirmators, two of the Affirmators decks. So those always have great guidance, and we're going to do the same thing, like guidance for you, guidance for your person, and guidance for both of you. And then we are going to finish the extended off with a letter from Spirit to you, and just like a final message to encapsulate everything. So I think the extended I think my extendeds are underpriced. I'm just gonna say it, but I do that on purpose because I want you guys to have access to this stuff. So if you are interested in checking out the extended, not only would it help me so much, but also we have a lot of fun over there. I'm not censored and I am way more honest. If you like my rants and you like when I swear and just speak my mind, you will like the extendeds. But with that being said, no matter what, I'm just grateful you're here and grateful to read for you. We have 4 different tarot decks to choose from with 4 different stones on top. So starting with pile 1, we are going to be using the Tarot del Fuego, and I have this Goldstone star on top. And then for pile 2, we are going to be using this deck that is written in French, and I have not been in a French class in literally 10 years, and my Spanish pronunciation is already bad enough. So I am just going to kind of like hold the name of the deck up so that, but also it'll be written down below, but that's this deck. And then, oh, and I have this Garden Quartz moon on top. I kind of lost my mind when I saw how well they matched. But then for pile 3, we are going to be using the Holly Simple Tarot, and I have this Calcite sunflower on top. And then finally for pile 4, we are going to be using another Spanish deck, bear with me, the Tarot de el Dios de los Tres. That will also be written down below. But I also have this Labradorite tiger on top. So with that being said, feel free to pause the video if you need to. Like I said, I'm going to answer any questions about like being drawn to more than one pile, lots of different scenarios in the beginning of each reading, so don't worry about that. But before we move over there, I just want to finish off by shouting out my candle maker and showing off candles outside of just the ones from my line. So this comes from Angelic Magic 888, the wonderful lady who makes all my candles. She makes tons of different candles, and my discount code ASO10, which gives you 10% off, works for all candles on her website, not just the ones that are from my line. This candle specifically is related to cleansing. I love this one, and it's white sage and lavender, and I believe that there's labradorite as well as smoky quartz in here. But I just wanted to kind of give a quick shout out to my candles and to my candle maker because they're incredible and I think worth it. But I figured while we were here, we could make a little wish together. And since this is a cleanse candle, if there's anything that you would like cleansing, whether your mind, body, spirit, the mind, body, spirit of someone else, a situation, a person, whatever it may be, or if you just have a random wish, feel free to do that at this time. But essentially, if you would just like to focus your energy on the candle, focus on your wish and what you would like to be cleansed, feel free to pause the video if you'd really like to focus on that or you need time to decide. But now that the candle is lit, our wishes, our requests are sealed. And I pray that your wishes come true, that all things that need to be cleansed are cleansed, and I hope that you can see the candle. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, I think that's pretty good. So, first of all, if you made it to the end of the intro, leave me a unicorn emoji. I was so shocked last time. Like, I didn't realize how many of you guys actually listen to the intros, and I'm like so flattered. Thank you. That's so cool. I love you guys so much. But anyway, we're gonna get into the reading now. Instead of me just like blabbing about intro stuff. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. Like I said, it's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one pile, but once you've picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed for each reading, as well as the links for the extendeds. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you guys so much for bearing with me. I love you guys so much, and I can't wait to see you in your reading. I lied in the intro and said I was going to do the FAQ for the energy check in each pile, but I decided not to after I realized how long that would take. So, in terms of the energy check, my intention is for you to be on the left side, so this side, and your person to be on the right side, and the connecting cards to be down the middle. With that being said, if you cannot find your energy in the pile at all, even if you can find a pile that resonates for your person, but you can't find your energy, pick a different pile. If you resonate with both sides, that is absolutely okay. That is often indicative of mirroring. You can be on both sides and your person can be on both sides. That is totally fine. We're covering all of our bases, so you'll get the messages however you need to get them. If the energies are flipped, so the side that is meant to represent you resonates with your person and the side that's meant to represent your person resonates with you, you'll have to do the mildly annoying thing of fixing my wording to fit your situation. But that being said, I know how I am when I get into it once I'm channeling, so it's quite likely I will refer to you and your person as just the animal cards you show up as, so keep that in mind. But knowing that where you're supposed to be, just keep in mind which side you're on, which side's your person, and if you're both sides, that's okay as long as it resonates. Now, if it's your energy and someone you know of but didn't ask about, it's likely that there is a message that you need to hear about the situation, or there's something you need to know, or, there's 4 piles with 4 readings. I can only cover so much. So feel free, if you are drawn to more than one pile, to skip around till you find the one that you actually want to know about, or you can check all the ones that you're interested in. But with that being said, if you are drawn to more than one reading, which is absolutely okay, you can literally be drawn to all of them if you want to. There are no rules. Then it's likely that you're either asking about multiple connections, or you need like a process of elimination, either because you're drawn to piles maybe visually, or you're unsure if they're going to resonate. That's the beauty of the energy check, because if it doesn't resonate, you know the rest of the reading isn't for you. But it's quite possible as well, the same connection could show up in different piles, just like different facets of it can show up. So if you watch multiple piles and they sound like, and it's for one situation, that's also okay. But also, with that being said, for my polyamorous / non-monogamous peeps, you'll just have to pick one pile per person. And since each tarot deck is meant to represent you, I would recommend picking that pile based on I guess, you could just say what pile is meant for this person, what pile is meant for that person, and just leave it there. And if you're curious if you can use this reading to ask about someone who you're not in a romantic connection with, yes. But you are responsible for filtering the messages, filtering out the romantic messages and finding the messages that you see fit. But ultimately, the only thing that matters is that you take what resonates, not let the rest take from you, and trust your intuition. I'm not doing these readings to just be like, hey guys, look how psychic I am, and blow your socks off. I'm here to help you, and I'm here to help you trust yourself and trust your intuition and confirm what you already know and feel, and help you have more confidence in acting in alignment with what's true for you. And I know it doesn't make sense to the logical mind, but it's quite literally this simple. If it resonates, it is meant for you. If it doesn't, it's not. And you can have a pile that resonates and have elements of it that don't. Just take those out. It's that simple, okay? Okay, Cool. I hope that this clarifies things. I hope this makes things easier. I get these questions all the time, and no matter how many times I answer them, whether it's in the intro, whether it's in the pile, I don't know. Some of y'all are just really good at commenting and not very great at listening to peace and love. But I'm glad that you're asking questions anyway, because asking questions is important. But if you guys see anyone asking these questions, like, and feel free to answer them or direct them to this part. Thank you to everyone who does that. But if there are questions like outside of what I've answered, I'm more than happy to answer them. I just like, yeah. It sucks when the answers are right there and I can't tell each of you individually that they're there. So yeah, that being said, hope that makes sense. We're gonna get into the reading now. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Goldstone Star and the Tarot del Fuego, then this is going to be your reading on you versus your person, what's going on in this connection. So we're going to start by doing the energy check. There is a full breakdown of the reading in the intro if you are interested, but we're going to start by looking at what is supposed to be your energy. Now, if the energies are flip-flop, that's absolutely okay, but these cards are meant to be your energy. So starting with that, we have the Dolphin. We have Honoring Self with the sacral chakra, and the trigger statement is, this is the way it has always been done, and the true statement is, I create my way. You are ready to fulfill your desires by thinking outside the box. The path less traveled may be more fulfilling. We also have Honest Conversations and Respect Boundaries. These two cards are going to represent the connecting energies between the two of you. So to start, we have Follow Your Heart, and we have the first chakra, Archangel Michael, in reversed. Now, these four cards are meant to represent your person, but like I said, if they're flip-flop, that's okay. So on your person side, we have the Fish. We have the third eye chakra with the theme being wisdom. The trigger statement is, it doesn't make sense, and the true statement is, I see the bigger picture. You are moving towards a deeper level of understanding, from knowledge to wisdom. Take time to absorb the lessons. And then finally, we have True Love and Not For You. So if you have questions about the energy check, please, please, please go to the energy check questions part. 90% chance your question will be answered there. But I'm going to call person A, the person that's meant to be you, the Dolphin, and person B, the person that's meant to be your person, the Fish. But if they're flip-flop, that's okay. So let's start with, I actually want to start with the Fish person. So I definitely think that the Fish person is not doing as well as the Dolphin person is. If the Fish represents your person, then I definitely wouldn't be shocked if you're kind of aware of the fact that they may be in a darker place, or they could just be very wishy-washy right now. Actually, I want to start with the connecting energies. But one thing I do want to say is that you both could have like the same element in terms of signs. So like water's being displayed here. So like you could both be water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. You certainly don't have to be. The fact that water is here though, I think is really showing the fact that there's like mutual feelings here. But the overall vibe that I'm getting is that both of you have feelings here, but the connection itself is very unstable. I feel like on your end, I love your energy. If you are the Dolphin, I love your energy. If the Dolphin is your person, I love your person's energy. Not that I don't love you or your energy if you're the Fish, but this is just such lovely energy. The dolphin person is definitely in a very light place surrounding this. And it's probably, well, I don't know. If this connection has been around for a while, if this connection isn't new, then I would say that the dolphin person has done a lot of growth and healing around this connection, around love. And I feel like the dolphin person has come to the conclusion that there is a space in their heart for the fish person. No matter what happens between the two of them, they either have love for the fish person, love the fish person, or literally unconditionally love the fish person. Like, there is a lot of love here. It doesn't have to be like in love, but there's love in general. At the very least, very strong feelings of compassion, care, and things like that. And the fact that we have the sacral chakra here means there's definitely like attachment on the dolphin's end. The dolphin does have attachment to the fish person, but it's in a way where the dolphin person isn't overstepping their own boundaries and isn't betraying themselves. I actually feel like this dolphin person may have felt like they needed to push the fish person away, or that they needed to like get over this connection. And I think one of the profoundly healing things that the dolphin person has realized is that they don't have to stop caring for someone, loving someone, having emotion, like having feelings for someone, just because things aren't working out in a way their ego would like it to. I feel like in this case, the dolphin person, there's just a lot of like, if I could describe like the dolphin person's energy, it's just very like compassionate and accepting and full of like grace. I don't know if there has been either the dolphin and the fish, like you both have had some sort of conversation recently where the fish has talked to you, if you're the dolphin, about or the fish, well, I guess like I said, I was gonna do the fish is your person, the dolphin is you. If it's flip-flopped, take it as it resonates. I don't know if you both had like a conversation about where the fish person is at, because I can definitely see that the fish person is dealing with a lot of energy. And I feel like on your end, either you've had an honest conversation together about the fact that like the fish person is not in a place right now to be pursuing this, or the fish person doesn't know what they want, or the fish person, there's definitely on your person's end, whoever the fish is, there's definitely like an uncertainty of what to do about the emotions that they feel. Because like the emotions that they feel are probably stronger than they were anticipating. The fact that we have true love here, I feel like this fish person is realizing like they either do truly love the dolphin person, or that there is the potential for a truly loving connection with the dolphin person. And I think for the fish person, that is really overwhelming, because for whatever reason, they have beliefs about themselves either being unlovable, or not believing in love in general, or believing that if love does exist, it's not for them. There's definitely a lot of wounds around being unlovable. And I think also this fish person is someone who doesn't like to be, well, to be punny, stuck in a tank. They want the open ocean. They don't want to be in a fishbowl. And I think what's kind of confusing for them is their emotions don't match what they thought they've always wanted. You know, the fact that we have this trigger statement of it doesn't make sense, and the true statement is I see the bigger picture. I think the fish person is realizing that their emotions are, one, stronger than their opinionated beliefs around love and what works for them. I feel like, in fact, if the fish person has even stated like they're not interested in a relationship or something like that, or the fish person has been hot and cold, I wouldn't be shocked if the fish person has had like casual encounters with other people, and where they would have in the past been fulfilled by those, or satisfied, the word coming to mind is satiated, by those encounters. There's this energy of like being unsatisfied because they're not the dolphin. It's like, no, this doesn't, like, it's almost like where there was a void and anyone would do, the dolphin has replaced that void, where there's a void that only the dolphin can fill, where that this fish has realized through connecting with the dolphin. It's like, I have never felt this way about a person before, but also I've never felt this way before in general, and the way that I feel doesn't match the way that I currently go about my romantic connections. And I am deeply uncomfortable right now because this process is requiring me to navigate through a whole lot of inner darkness that I've wanted to avoid. That's kind of what's going on in the fish's mind. It may not be that conscious, but if your person is the fish and they've been very hot and cold, it's because they are realizing a lot around the fact that they feel something deeper for you than they feel, than they have felt either with other connections in their life, or the way that they feel about you contradicts the way that they typically approach romantic connections in general. And so there's a lot of reorienting to do. And I definitely feel like the fish person is really restless right now. I feel like the fish person is probably guilty of like running away from things a lot. But this fish person also feels this sense of like aimlessness. And for whatever reason, the dolphin brings in this sense of stability for the fish person, and it brings them more comfort than they thought. Now, in terms of the dolphin person, I definitely feel like the dolphin person originally could have been really hurt by the fish person's actions towards them. Even if they weren't intentionally like malicious or deceptive, like the fish person just could have been kind of wishy-washy, or the fish person just could have been less enthusiastic than the dolphin person would have liked. But overall, I feel like, especially if you're the dolphin person, you've gone through a lot of healing around this situation. Or if this is a newer person, you've gone through a lot of healing around scenarios that this newer connection has also shown, like wishy-washiness, or a lack of clear boundaries around like what you both want or where this is headed. And the fact that we have, you know, the root chakra in reverse definitely goes to show that physical, like the connection itself is unstable. For some of you, it could be that it's hard to see one another in person, whether that's because it's long distance, or because maybe you both like met in a different location than where you both live, and now you've gone your separate ways. But even if you live in a similar location, it seems like you both don't see each other very regularly. Contact may come in and out. Like there's definitely challenges here in terms of like the logistics of the connection, or challenges in terms of creating a more solid, stable energy and connection between the two of you right now. It definitely seems like things are very up in the air, but the thing is that the both of you want to follow your hearts in this situation. I just think for the dolphin person kind of knows how they feel. They have a lot of love for the fish. They really love the connection that they share with them. They're not going to put themselves in harm's way or violate their own boundaries, but there is this sense of loyalty in their heart, like the fact that we have respect boundaries, like with the dog here. I feel like the dolphin person is very much in this mindset of like, my connection with the fish doesn't have to look the way other people think it should, or the way I used to think it should. I feel like the dolphin person has gained a lot of wisdom and awareness around the fact that sometimes you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a lot of love for someone and them not be right for you, at least at the time, or you can have a you can have a lot of love for someone, but also recognize that like a relationship with them wouldn't be good for either of you in the moment, because you wouldn't be getting what you deserve, and the other person wouldn't be able to receive what you have to give, or give you what you deserve in return. You know what I mean? But also I think that there is this kind of awareness of like, neither of you are letting go of this connection. And I think that if you haven't, I feel like the dolphin person is really in this energy of just wanting to tell the fish person, like, look, we don't have to put pressure on this situation. Like, I want you to know how I feel. These are my boundaries. Like, this is what I'm okay with. This is what I'm not okay with. Where are you at? Where is your head at? If you guys have already had some sort of conversation like that, then I definitely think that the dolphin person is very at peace with what you both have talked about. I feel like the dolphin person is really happy that you both were like honest, because I feel like one of the things that you both have had to be honest about is the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty in the situation, and a lot of uncertainty between the two of you. And rather than allowing that uncertainty to be something that causes you both to just like stop talking to one another, I feel like you both, if you did have this conversation, have made some sort of agreement to like kind of go with the flow here, and do what works best for the both of you. But I feel like there's a lot of grace and patience and acceptance on the dolphin's end in terms of letting the fish do what they need to do to figure things out. That doesn't mean that the dolphin person is just like sitting there waiting on bated breath for the fish person to return. I feel like the dolphin person could be talking to multiple people, could be involved in multiple connections, or, you know, the dolphin person's just doing their own thing and is just very at peace with the fact that their feelings aren't going anywhere, but they do not have control over how the fish processes this connection, what conclusions the fish comes to, and also where things are headed. So I feel like the dolphin person is just flowing with the instability, recognizing what's in their heart and continuing to honor that. Whereas the fish is having this huge realization of the fact that they have a lot of feelings, and the fact that they are having to face a lot of their own inner darkness and a lot of their own negative assumptions around connecting with others. I think if you are the fish person and you have a lot of fears of the dolphin person like betraying you or something like that, those are projections, because I promise you the dolphin person, like, they have nothing but loving, compassionate, pure intentions towards the fish person. And I think that the fish person has the best intentions they possibly can towards the dolphin person, but because they are so uncertain of what all this means for them and what's going on for them, they may be a little bit standoffish, or they may hold back because they are afraid of taking action that could hurt the dolphin person. Especially if the fish person has hurt the dolphin person in the past, there's a lot of concern around harming the dolphin person or hurting them, because they don't want to do that. Like, the fish person knows that they have feelings for the dolphin person, but they don't know what they're going to do about that. And so I definitely think a lot of the instability is on the fish person's end, but the both of you are learning to, well, the fish person is learning and opening up to the idea of following their heart and following their feelings. The dolphin person is following their feelings. And I think now there's this kind of energy of like everything's kind of up in the air, but what we do know is that there are feelings on both ends. The fish person right now is trying to get to more clarity, and they're gaining wisdom. They could be going through a lot of like spiritual development right now, like their third eye could be opening. They could be having a lot of like realizations around like where their ego does not match their heart. There's a lot of scenarios there, but the fish person is moving towards a deeper level of understanding towards themselves, towards this connection, and towards what true love means to them, and what kind of love they want to have. So if they've been avoidant of having a conversation, it's because they don't know what to tell you yet. Once they do, I feel like they will be very open to that. But more than anything, it seems like this connection is headed to more awareness, and it seems like a lot of the movement is on the fish person's part, whereas the dolphin person is kind of like just here vibing, being their beautiful dolphin selves, and like the dolphin's gonna stay following their heart because the dolphin's that bitch, and the fish is learning how to do that and going through that process of like deconstructing the things and beliefs that are getting in the way of that. So if that resonates, let's go ahead now and start getting into the tarot. So I'm going to use the tarot deck that you picked to represent the dolphin's thoughts, feelings, and actions. I gave these all really good shuffles off camera, but just so you know. But Spirit, what does the dolphin person think about the fish and their connection with the fish? Beautiful. Yeah. So we have Temperance. Then Spirit, what does the dolphin feel for the fish? Oh, that came out. We have the Five of Cups. And finally, Spirit, what action is the dolphin taking towards the fish at this time? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We have the Hermit. And then for your person, I'm going to be using the Tarot de Luz deck. These decks get hard to shuffle because I had to put a bunch of tape to like censor certain cards. It messes with the flow of the shuffle. But that being said, oh no. I'm knocking decks over. Spirit, what does the fish think of the dolphin and their connection with them? Yeah, we have the Knight of Cups. What does the fish feel for the dolphin? Oh, okay. So we have the Empress and the Fool. I can't get them all in there. I guess I'm gonna put these two up here, the Knight. And then finally, Spirit, what action is the fish taking or planning on taking towards the dolphin? Okay, we have the Wheel of Fortune there. Okay, and now I'm gonna use these to represent the connecting energies between the two of you. This deck is the Chubby Bun Tarot. And also while I'm shuffling, if you're enjoying this and it's resonating and you would like to know what is coming next for your connection, sorry, I'm trying to save, trying to save these from all falling down everywhere. Gosh, dang it. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're good. Sorry. I think we're good now. Let me shuffle these. Thanks for your support. Thank you for supporting me as I try to save a bunch of tarot cards from falling everywhere. But if you want to know what will happen next in this connection, as well as a lot of other juicy things, you can see said juicy things in the intro. Be sure to check out the extended linked below. But Spirit, what do both the dolphin and the fish think about this connection and of each other? Okay, yeah, we have the Empress again, which I love. The dolphin person, like, I love the dolphin person. They know their worth. Not to the degree that they should, but they know at the very least that, like I'm hearing that song right now, Pretty Girl Rock. Maybe some of you are named Carrie. Anyway, what do both the fish and the dolphin feel for one another? We have the Nine of Pentacles, and I feel called to pull another card. What do they both feel for one another? Oh. And then finally, what action are they both taking towards each other at this time? We have the Tower. Wow, okay. So, whew. A lot of energies here. Like, even if you guys aren't always interacting, you both are always interacting. So I do want to say, like, even if you haven't talked to this person in quite some time, like, and you're still very much feeling their energy and are wondering, like, am I crazy for thinking, like, that the situation isn't over? Like, no, you're not crazy in thinking that. But starting with the dolphin person, their thoughts are very healthy about this connection. The fact that we have Temperance here, which also correlates with Sagittarius energy. I feel like the dolphin person has used their connection with the fish, or connections like this one, if this is a newer connection, as a way to gain more wisdom and awareness and more balance within themselves. The dolphin person is well aware that they really can't do anything but be patient in this situation. They can't force the fish to figure things out, and they wouldn't want to. They want the fish to want to be in something with them because the fish wants to be there, not because the fish wants to please the dolphin. You know, the dolphin person is very much trusting in the divine in this situation. And I think, too, there's a lot of alchemy happening on a psychological level when it comes to the dolphins' beliefs around love and relationships. And these are very positive ones, I might add. Like, the fact that, you know, we have this trigger statement of this is the way things have always been done. The dolphin person could have been really confused by this connection in the past or just been confused by this connection in general, because they could tell and could feel the fact that the fish had feelings for them, but then their actions didn't align with that. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of advice. Everybody has advice on love, but not all of it is very loving or very helpful. And, like, you know, the dolphin person might be thinking, well, if they actually like if they wanted to, they would. Or, like, the dolphin person could have had, like, you know, beliefs around what is acceptable and what is okay and what isn't, that were based on, like, very egoic ideas of love, or egoic ideas of, like, relationships and connections. And through this connection and through their own healing process, I feel like they're recognizing where they can meet those, like, parts of themselves that need more love and care, because meeting those parts of themselves that need love directly lead the dolphin person into being able to, like, recognize how the wounded parts of themselves have created beliefs about love, their beliefs around being lovable, and what they are willing and unwilling to accept. I feel like the dolphin person has a very evolved perspective of this connection, where they recognize it's not fully in their hands. And actually, ironically, Archangel Michael is portrayed in the Rider-Waite version of the Temperance card. So Archangel Michael could be very significant, especially on the dolphin side. But I definitely think that the dolphin person is recognizing that no matter what, the future is bright for them, and that they trust that, like, whatever is meant to happen in this connection will. And there's this patience and trust in their heart. And I think that one thing as well is that they have also utilized the energies of this connection in very empowering ways, where they are using it for their own growth, for their own wisdom, for their own healing. So on the dolphin's end, there's a lot of patience and a lot of just, like, desire to bring more balance to the situation. Like, I think that the dolphin person really desires to talk to the fish person really openly and honestly. You know, Sagittarians, they love dropping truth bombs. And so if that hasn't happened yet, they may be kind of, like, getting themselves in order for that. But if it has already happened, then I think that the dolphin person finds a lot of peace in what they've discussed with the fish, and they feel, like, very comfortable with it. In terms of feelings, I definitely think that the dolphin person is a little bit disappointed or a little bit bummed with how things have turned out. And there could be some, like, residual healing still happening with disappointments in this connection, in general, or disappointments that have happened in this connection that have happened in past connections for the dolphin, where they are having to do a lot of healing around like that disappointment, or that like perceived rejection, or that like perceived sadness. I feel like the dolphin person misses the fish person, even if like the fish person and the dolphin person, like even if you guys are talking, it seems like it's not very deep or very substantial. I feel like the dolphin person maybe had hopes that this connection would look differently at this point in time, but there's acceptance that that's not the way it is, and that's okay. I feel like the dolphin person, there's a lot that the dolphin person wants to say to the fish person, and I feel like the dolphin person thinks of the fish person all the time and like has so much they want to tell them, but they don't want to like bombard the fish person or overwhelm the fish person, so they're just trying their best to nurture themselves emotionally and look at the bright sides of this connection without stopping themselves from like living life to the fullest. I also think too, with the Five of Cups here, there is just this like, I feel like the dolphin person feels sadness that the fish person is going through whatever they're going through. They may feel sadness that they're not able to help more. I think the dolphin person, we've already talked about the fact that the dolphin person has such healing energy. That's what the dolphin wants to do. All they want to do is help people out of darkness and help people heal. But it is really important that the fish person be the one to navigate their way through this healing, because if they relied on the dolphin person to do it, then the fish person would likely feel like the healing wasn't theirs, or it wouldn't be fully integrated the way that it's meant to. It's not the dolphin's job to heal the fish. The dolphin's job is to heal the dolphin and to be a loving, compassionate person to others and support them as they heal, should they want to. But in terms of the dolphin's actions, I can definitely tell that the dolphin is intentionally holding back from the fish. The fact that we have the Hermit here, I feel like the dolphin person is really just focused on staying in their own energy, either because the fish person asked for space or because they feel like the fish person needs space. I feel like they are not going out of their way to interact with the fish person at this time, because I feel like there's this knowing that either the ball is in the fish person's court to like take action towards the dolphin, or because of what you both have talked about, the dolphin person knows that the fish person needs space to work things out, so they are giving them that space and also taking that time to just go within. I feel like the dolphin person is definitely doing healing on an individual level and healing on a level of the connection that is really supportive and helpful for the connection, for the fish person, and for themselves. So if you are the dolphin person, don't stop doing that. But anyway, let's change gears and look at the fish person. So in terms of the fish person's thoughts, we have the Knight of Cups. So not only is the fish person, if the Knight of Cups were a sentence, it would literally be follow your heart. The Knight of Cups literally follows their heart and takes action from their heart. So I definitely feel like the fish person is thinking about right now the action that they want to take. I feel like the problem is that they go back and forth towards what that action is and what are they capable of. This is actually really sweet, because I feel like the fish person, I know the fish person recognizes how wonderful the dolphin person is. And I think that there's a part of them that definitely is like, I don't know if I'm worthy of a love like the dolphin can give. And that's why there's so much going on, because the universe is like, no. It's not that you're not capable. It's that you are capable. It's why you're connecting with the dolphin. And if you genuinely want that, you need to put in the work to be able to hold in that authentically, truly loving energy the same way the dolphin person is. So I definitely think that they think about if you're the dolphin, your person thinks about you all the time. Like, and I definitely think as well they romanticize the dolphin person a little bit. Like the fish definitely romanticizes things, and I feel like that could be something that actually creates more stress, because they can like what starts as like romanticizing something and fantasizing, those fantasies can then turn into like fears and nightmares and like intrusive like bad scenarios they wouldn't want to happen, and it really scares them. But I do feel like in general, the fish person, they are thinking about the action that they want to take towards the dolphin person. Like they are recognizing that they have feelings for the dolphin person. They know that, but they don't know what action they necessarily want to take. They're thinking about they're literally thinking about following their heart. That's an interesting sentence. They're thinking about following their heart and what that would mean, and kind of the fears related to that, which is really interesting because in terms of their feelings, we have the Fool and we have the Empress. So they're feeling like they want either a fresh start in this connection, or they want to start something. They're feeling like they want to take a leap of faith with the dolphin person, but they are waiting for the time to do that. The fact that we have the Empress twice and the Wheel of Fortune here, the Empress talks a lot about like cycles and the cycles of the earth. And so I feel like, especially, and this would make a lot of sense, especially with these energies, I feel like your person, if they're the fish, or you, if you're the fish, know that there's desire for either a new beginning or a beginning in general between the two of you. And they know that that would be something that would make them vulnerable, and it would require a leap of faith, but it would also be the new beginning that they've been really looking for. And the fact that we have the Empress here, I feel like in terms of feelings, the fish person sees the dolphin as like the whole package. So nurturing, so warm, so beautiful. And it's not just physical beauty. It's like, it's a lot less about physical beauty and a lot more about the beauty of the dolphin's heart. If the dolphin person has children, I think that one of the things that the fish person finds very attractive is the fact that the dolphin person is such a wonderful parent. And in fact, the dolphin person may have enforced stricter boundaries because the dolphin person is like, listen, I'm a parent. I can't be, like, I have certain expectations. I understand you need to work things out, but like, these are my boundaries. This is what I'm okay with. And so the fish person is like, okay, if I really want to be a part of the dolphin's life, I have to be willing to make these changes or do what's going to work here. But I also think like the fish person feels like they need more time to just explore what's going on here. It's like they are thinking about taking action, but they're not taking it yet because they feel blocked. And here's why. We have the Wheel of Fortune. It's not time yet. I feel like there's quite literally some sort of divine intervention that I think is going to happen here. We'll obviously look at that in the extended, where the fish person is going to feel called to take action. And I feel like it's definitely on the divine's end. Like the fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune here, it's like the fish person is continuing to move through these energies, and they know that they want to take action. They know that they plan to do that. They feel like this connection came into their life for a reason, and they don't want to mess it up. Like, this is a very valuable connection to them, and they see the dolphin person as someone who could bring a lot of richness and value to their life in ways that they've never had before. Like, for example, a listening ear that is compassionate instead of judgmental, a love that is more gentle and stable rather than chaotic or conditional. I also feel like the fish person knows that any space that they take from the dolphin person is temporary, because I feel like with this Wheel of Fortune here, they know that like it'll all come back around. Like, they know that this situation isn't over. It's like they're working through these energies and insecurities right now, waiting for the right time to take some sort of romantic action. Now, in terms of the two of you, the fact that we have mutual thoughts being represented by the Empress, there's definitely mutual awareness, one, of like how much of a catch the dolphin person is, and we love that. But also, on a less literal level, there's conscious awareness of the fact that both of you are going with the flow in this situation, and that there needs to be just a gentle allowing of things to unfold, because it seems like there are aspects to this connection that cannot be like forced. Like they just have to be, they have to unfold as they will and flow in their own time. I feel like there's this awareness of like, there is nothing but compassion and care for the other person. And I feel like there's also this acknowledgement, especially on the dolphin's end, of like, I have nothing to do other than to just continue to be in my own energy and be open and welcoming. And like the fish person is kind of recognizing like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I know that my path is leading me towards the dolphin person, or back towards the dolphin person, and I will flow with it and not try to expedite the process or slow down the process. Like there's this like surrender of allowing themselves to kind of flow with what is, but also recognizing that they want to be someone who is on the same level as the dolphin in every way. So with that being said, mutual feelings. The fact that we have the 9 of Pentacles here, I think both of you are not super uncomfortable with the fact that there's some independence here. I feel like both of you are on an individual level very concerned about your own like financial security, on like your own abundance, and on your ability to just thrive independently of one another. I feel like there's this energy of, which to be fair, this could both be mutual energies, but also the 9 of Pentacles could relate more to the dolphin and the 10 of Cups could relate more to the fish. But anyway, I think that there's this mutual feeling of like acceptance, at least if you both want to be in a committed relationship. I think if anything, the dolphin may want to be in a committed relationship, but may recognize that like the fish isn't there yet and is accepting of that, because there's like this very fulfilling energy between the two of you. But also at the same time, I feel like the dolphin person is kind of in this like independent energy of like, I'm not going to push something else away just because the fish isn't showing up, but like my feelings for the fish aren't going anywhere. And I feel like the dolphin person has awareness that the fish needs to be in a more solid energy, the same way the dolphin is in a solid energy. But with the 10 of Cups here, I feel like both of you are recognizing that this connection is very fulfilling, emotionally fulfilling, and it's something that both of you not only fantasize about, but reminisce and like yearn for. I feel like for the fish person, this 9 of Pentacles definitely relates to like wanting to be more prosperous and successful on their own before they come together. But there's also this awareness of like how emotionally fulfilling this connection is, and the fact that like I think the fish person recognizes the success that the dolphin has had for themselves, and either they feel like they want to learn from the dolphin, or they hope that it doesn't like, they hope that the dolphin continues to stay single, even though they know that's kind of selfish. But mutually though, there's this feeling of like, okay, we're both doing our own thing. We both have like a lot of feelings for one another. Whether you've spoken it out loud or not, you both know that there's mutual strong feelings here, and that there could be something really special and very harmonious between the two of you. But right now you're doing your own thing. And then the mutual action is really interesting because we have the Tower card here. So the Tower always, always, always signifies 1, divine intervention of some sort, and 2, divine intervention that causes unstable foundations to crumble. So I would say that what's happening on both ends is, 1, a lot of the Tower moments that the fish is experiencing is likely related to the fact that they can't go back from the awareness of the fact that like they have feelings for the dolphin person. Their feelings aren't going anywhere, and they don't want, like, I think the biggest Tower moment for them is the realization that they don't want to ignore and run from those feelings, and the fact that they even if they wanted to, they couldn't, because they've tried and they just want the dolphin. They just miss the dolphin. There's like a void that only the dolphin fulfills. And so in that case, I think that there is like, I think the fish person is experiencing a lot of tower moments that are clearing away things that don't serve them. I would say in the dolphin's case, if there's any tower moments in their life, they're navigating them with ease, and they're likely related to things that have nothing to do with love and relationships, but just with whatever the dolphin is needing to grow and heal from, that the divine brings to their attention. But more than anything, with this Tower card, there is a mutual awareness that something will have to change in order for this connection to progress. And I think both of you are aware that there are factors outside of your control. I think both of you are also very afraid of taking action. Both of you are not very certain of yourselves. I think both of you are like very afraid of like taking the wrong action and ruining things in a way where it's not even realistic. It's just both of you catastrophizing things. But I think both of you know that there's like a desire for things to change. And I also think both of you know that like the divine has a hand in this. And I think that the dolphin is staying connected to that divine source and recognizing that the best thing for them to do is just stay in their own energy. Whereas like the fish is recognizing on an intuitive level, like, this connection is not over. My feelings for the dolphin are not going anywhere. I know even if I swim away from this connection for a time, like the current's gonna bring me right back to this connection. So I think that there's just like this. I think that if there's any physical action happening, you both are just making changes that are supporting the people that you're becoming. I think that this Tower is a lot more on the fish person's end, and I think that the dolphin person may intuitively like pick up on like what the fish person is going through. But I also think that there is awareness of the fact that like this energy won't last forever and things will change. It's just a matter of when, how, things like that. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead now and get into guidance for both of you individually and both of you together. Wow. I hope that this all made sense. I think I'm just going to have to, like, moving forward, just say the animals for confusion's sake. Sorry if there was any confusing aspects. I did my best. I'm only human. Anyway, sorry, burped. Spirit, what does the dolphin person need to surrender when it comes to this connection and just their life in general? We have surrender to wonder and awe. Open to the magic of every moment and sense the awe and wonder in all of life. This attitude will keep you connected to the ecstasy of flow. And so I feel like the dolphin person is already doing a great job at that. They're already going with the flow. They're already doing what they need to do. And that's wonderful. We love that. And I feel like more than anything, the universe is just encouraging the dolphin to continue doing that and to continue enjoying and embracing their life, and to recognize that like they don't hold any responsibility over what the fish needs to work out or experience. And like just because the fish isn't available to vibe with them at that same high frequency just quite yet doesn't mean that the dolphin still can't have wonderful, incredible experiences, whether they be romantic or not, in their life. And I feel like too, this is a reminder for the dolphin to not get too narrow-minded or fixated on certain outcomes or how they think that things are going to happen, because the universe is full of surprises, and I think the universe quite particularly enjoys surprising the dolphin. But Spirit, what does the fish need to surrender when it comes to this connection? So for the fish person, we have surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it exactly as it is will bring you peace. Which I think is so interesting, because seems like what the dolphin person has been doing for quite a while. And now the fish person is having to do that in the sense of realizing that like their feelings aren't going anywhere. Their feelings exist. Acceptance is the first step in order to be able to move forward. But I definitely think for a hot sec, the fish person was fighting this and could have been literally like swimming against the current of by the current, I mean like the energies of where spirit is trying to take them versus where they're trying to go. But what should they both mutually surrender, spirit? What do they both need to surrender at this time? Love it. I already know what this is. Surrender to complete healing. Open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Yeah, no matter what, like, there's so much love and healing here. Like, I definitely feel like no matter what the situation is headed toward, like, I feel like the worst parts of this connection are behind you. And if there haven't been any particularly bad parts, then I would say if the worst is the fact that things have been kind of hot and cold, wishy-washy, and up in the air and uncertain, I feel like that's kind of like the worst of what's going to happen here. Obviously, I could be wrong, knock on wood, but, you know, I definitely don't feel like this is a situation where things are headed in like a bad direction. I think things are headed in a much more positive direction, but that direction may require the both of you to do hard things. Anyway, let's finish off with some final guidance before I move over to the extended. As if this wasn't already an extended in and of itself. Spirit, but I get to be raunchy and say the F word a lot, so it's more fun. Spirit, what guidance do you have for the dolphin person when it comes to this connection and their life in general? New opportunity. Oh, what is this new opportunity about? Can you give us an idea? Nurture. Friendship, family, cook, motherhood, feed your soul. So I definitely think that for the dolphin person, if the fish person is like MIA and you don't know what's going on, there may be an opportunity to like receive a lot of love and nurturing from like another interest, or if you're the dolphin person and you've really been needing like emotional connection or emotional nourishment, I feel like Spirit is saying that there will be opportunities in the near future for you to nurture your soul through friendship, family, cooking, motherhood, or fatherhood, and feeding your soul. Whatever feeds your soul, there will be opportunities to do that. And so I think that Spirit is saying like any opportunities that come your way that sound good to you, take them. And I also think that if you're the dolphin person, if you ever are like trying to make decisions and you are trying to make those decisions and you're putting like the fish person and what's going on with them into consideration, I feel like you're being encouraged to not consider the fish person as much. Like, unless you were in a committed relationship, I think that would be different. But like, it seems like for all intents and purposes, you're not. Or at the very least, like, not yet. But, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I can't believe I've got 7 more readings to do. I better get my brain in order. But I really do feel like the dolphin person is being encouraged to make decisions based on what feels good to them and what is nurturing to them, and to not make decisions based on what they think will be best for everyone. If you're the dolphin person, make decisions based on what will be best for you. Now, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the fish person? We have hydrate and meditate. So yeah, I definitely think that your person needs, or you, if you're the fish, needs to go within, start integrating that wisdom, and we all need to hydrate more, let's be real. But finally, Spirit, what guidance do you have for both the dolphin and the fish? Okay, wow, all right, well, we got a lot. I'm going to take the top 2 because that's what I saw, and these 2. So we have gifted, trust your gut, guided, protected, and have more fun. So first 2 messages, the fact that we have the full moon here, I feel like you're being guided to release fears around this connection. You both are, because you're being guided and this connection is protected. Whatever is meant to happen here will unfold. And I feel like you're both being encouraged to, on an individual level, have more fun, because I think that one, time flies when you're having fun, and two, I feel like whenever you're connecting together, having more fun, I think is going to be something that like makes things less intense or less stressful. But I also feel like both of you may be really worried about one another and not spending enough time just like enjoying yourself and enjoying your life. But we also have, there we go. See, if I had just seen this, stop overthinking it. And we have leader, self-made boss, powerful, delicate, think outside the box. So I definitely feel like both of you, if you feel called to take the lead in a situation, do it. If your person feels called to take the lead in a situation, do it. I feel like you both are really just being encouraged to take the leads in your own life and not let the potentials or the unknowns around what's happening with the other person and what's happening with this connection stop you from taking risks, stop you from doing what you're going to enjoy. Because like what is meant for you will never miss you. And also I feel like you may not anticipate like how much you're missing out on by not saying yes to more fun. So speaking of fun, I'm gonna go ahead and move over to the extended now. So if you'd like to join me over there, please do. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background. I don't expect you to watch them. I'm not an animal, but letting them play in the background while you do something else is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me, especially financially, and help me pay my bills. So thank you to that. But if you would like to support me in other ways, liking this video is incredibly helpful. Comment down below, let me know how it resonates. If you haven't already, you can subscribe if you haven't already, if you want me, and click that little notification bell to be part of my notification squad. Shout out to my notification squad. If you want me to see your comments, I first see comments. I see comments usually when I first upload. After that, it's very iffy because I try not to hang out too much in the comment section. I also have social media. I have my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10, as well as any other links to any other jazz down below. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I really hope I brought you more clarity and awareness. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Garden Quartz Moon, I love how well those match, and this tarot deck, which is French and written down below where all the other decks are, then this is going to be your reading on you versus them, what is going on with your connection. So if you want to see a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the energy check to see who we're talking about. So starting with the cards that are meant to represent you, we have the dolphin, which is interesting. We have the third eye chakra with clarity. The trigger statement is, I am so confused, and the true statement is, I am present. Allow your mind to clear and let the noise of your thoughts fall away. Listen to your intuition. Also have overcoming challenge, family, and know your worth. And then for the energies between you and your person, we have dead end and angel of love in reverse. And then for your person's energies, we have the hyena. We have a lot of these. We have the heart chakra with the trigger statement is, I cannot go on. The true statement is, my heart is light. We have the solar plexus chakra with the theme of ease, and the trigger statement is, I have to make this work. And the true statement is, I am at ease with life. And finally, we have the crown chakra with the trigger statement being, I am alone. And the true statement being, I am one with all that is. And finally, we have power couple and true love. So if you have any questions related to the energy check, I would highly recommend you check out the description box of the comment section, because I have an FAQ that I linked there just letting you know before we get into it. But also, if you are drawn to pile 1, you may want to check pile 1 out, because the dolphin also came out for pile 1. Just throwing it out there. But let's start with this reading, because wow, this is a lot. If you end up resonating with the hyena side, which is totally fine, just know that the way I had the reading set up, as I explained in the FAQ, is this side is meant to represent you, this side is meant to represent your person. I'm just going to refer to you as the dolphin person and your person as the hyena person, but if you're the hyena person and your person is the dolphin person, that's completely fine, just flip-flop them. So to start with the dolphin, which I definitely feel like a lot of people are going to resonate with the dolphin side, because you kind of have to have a little bit of dolphin energy to be into this sort of content. But like, wow, I really just want to give the dolphin person, like, I want to give the dolphin person a big hug, but more than that, I want to give them like a spa weekend, no, a spa year, where they can just go and like actually nourish themselves and treat themselves and get a modicum of the love back that they just so freely give to the world. The dolphin is precious, and I just want to like put them in my pocket and keep them safe forever. And I feel like if you are the dolphin person, one of the things that like I just need to tell you that isn't really related to this reading, but I feel needs to be said, is just like how incredible of an individual you are. And I'm so sorry for how resilient you have had to be, and for how strong you have had to be. You are incredible for not letting go of your inner light through all of the struggles that you've been through all of the hardships that you've been through, the fact that you have walked through the valley of the shadow of death and come back definitely more wise, definitely a different person, but you have never lost your light. You may have forgotten about it, you may have felt like you were lost from it, but you've always returned to it. And you are what is the right word to use? You are the backbone, likely to your family, to a lot of people in your life. You have no idea the impact you have on the lives of others. I really feel emotional talking about this. Like, you have no idea how grateful people are to have you in their life, and how special you are. I mean, we're all special. We're all the same, but we're all special too. And we're all not special at all. And that's kind of the paradox of life and human existence. But what you need to understand is like, you are special. And that specialness is something that you probably don't see very often. And I think your kindness is something that you take for granted, in the sense that, well, maybe you don't take it for granted, but I think certain people around you have, including the hyena person. But you just have this big, beautiful heart. And I just feel really called to say, like, you're a badass and an incredible human being, an incredible soul, and you deserve so much more than what you think you deserve. And you have no idea how highly other people think of you. You have no idea how much other people love you. And truly, like, the real travesty of all this is that, like, you are never going to be able to see just how absolutely beautiful your light is, just how special you are to the people in your life, and just how impactful you are. And if you're a parent, I have to say, especially, you may be feeling like really ragged right now, like just really just exhausted and at your wit's end and just doing your best. But one day your children are gonna like truly realize the sacrifices and the love and all of the hard work that has gone into raising them, and it will be a gift that they are immensely grateful for forever. And you are just a gift. I'm sorry, I'm crying. Okay, let me get back into the reading. I just needed you to know how much of a gift you are and how special you are. And yeah, you're just a really beautiful person, and I need you to know that, and I need you to not forget that, because we need more people like you in the world so desperately. So with that being said, let's talk about you, because I can definitely see that this relationship has put you through it. And I wouldn't even really call it a relationship anymore. Even if you weren't technically in a relationship with this person, I feel like for a lot of you, you probably were in a relationship with this person. You could have even been married to this person. You could have had a family with this person. But for others of you, this could have been like an on and off situation. It's very clear, though, that right now, if you were in a happy, healthy relationship, this pile is not going to be talking about that. That relationship might be in another pile, but this is definitely someone who you have history with. This is someone who you are not currently involved with, or who you may have made the really challenging or hard decision to end things with, or at the very least to take a step back from. I can definitely see that there's a lot of confusing feelings here, because it seems like the dolphin person has really put up with a lot in this situation with the hyena person. It seems like the dolphin person has been so giving and forgiving. They have been very accepting and understanding. And I feel like the dolphin person has made so many, I don't know if I would call them sacrifices, but at the very least, the dolphin person, I feel like, was holding this relationship together for a very long time, until they realized they couldn't do that anymore. And not only that, but that they deserved more. I definitely think the dolphin person is guilty of pouring their love into people that don't have very much love within them. And I can definitely see that the dolphin sees all the beauty in the hyena, because the dolphin has a beautiful heart. The dolphin sees the world not from a black and white or linear mind's perspective. The dolphin sees people through their heart. And I feel like the dolphin person has done a lot of work on their self-esteem, on reprioritizing what matters to them. And they probably had to go through a lot of unnecessarily difficult challenges, because they put themselves in situations where they either gave too much of themselves to someone, or they placed their trust in the wrong types of people, or they didn't see how much they were giving was a betrayal to their own self. And I feel like the dolphin person now has a lot more inner strength and a lot more of a solid foundation within, where they recognize not only do they have these wonderful healing qualities and these loving qualities, but they need to extend those towards themselves. And I definitely think that that's not only something that they've been working on, but it's also something where they've been realizing how necessary it is to not settle for less, and not settle for I'm hearing broken promises, or the same old routine. I feel like the dolphin person, especially in this situation, is having a bit of a hard time. And to understand why, we have to look at the hyena. So the hyena person has nowhere near the amount of wisdom and awareness that the dolphin person does. And that's fine. We all have different varying perspectives, but I think it's very telling that the dolphin card is just colored in beautiful rainbows, and the hyena is in this black and white art style, and even the moon itself, it's like half light, half dark. And I feel like with the hyena person, they definitely took the dolphin person for granted. And they know that. And I think that they relied on the fact that they could kind of get away with either having one foot in the relationship and one foot out, or they could get away with doing the bare minimum because they knew the dolphin person either wasn't going to complain, or they knew they could, like, they were, or they were just so focused on their own stuff during their time when they were with the dolphin that they didn't realize, like, the fact that they weren't necessarily being a fair, good partner. But the hyena person is definitely someone who is not very emotional, at least not outwardly, unless it's like anger. Well, not even then anger. I think it's the hyena expresses emotion through humor. And I wouldn't be shocked if the hyena person has been known to make like jokes that they say are just jokes but are really just insults disguised as humor. I wouldn't be shocked if the hyena person can be really, really brutal with their words and also be really selfish. I feel like the hyena person has a lot of very deep wounds that they have yet to address. And I can definitely see why that would draw the dolphin person to the hyena in the first place. Because, you know, really what's interesting is I think the dolphin and the hyena are expressing two different responses to the same experience. I think the dolphin person has always been so open and empathic and compassionate because they experienced a lot of dark challenges and wounds when they were younger. And, you know, and the dolphin person had this perspective of, I know what it's like to suffer, so I would like to prevent suffering in others. Whereas the hyena person kind of, I think they also dealt with some dark stuff growing up, could have been in some really extreme circumstances and had gone through some really like traumatic experiences. But the hyena's perspective is more, I suffered, so others should suffer too. Or it may not be as malicious as like others should suffer, but at the very least, I don't care about other people suffering because I'm too focused on my own. Does that make sense? I don't think that the hyena person is inherently like malicious, but I do think that their pain kind of blinds them to the wounds of others. And I also think that their pain and just their own self-interest blinds them to their shortcomings as like a partner, their shortcomings as like a person to connect with. And I feel like the hyena is feeling really scorned over what has transpired between them and the dolphin. Especially if the dolphin person is the one that ended things, or at the very least brought things to a stop. I feel like the hyena person is trying to pretend like they don't care. And I feel like the dolphin person is really just trying to be very gentle and compassionate and open. But I feel like the hyena person is really struggling right now because this is a classic case of not seeing what you have until it's gone. I mean, the fact that we have power couple and true love here, I definitely think that the hyena person is recognizing, one, just all of the wonderful qualities of the dolphin person, but also I feel like the hyena has newfound respect for the dolphin because the dolphin has shown their power to the hyena by placing boundaries, by removing their energy, by ending things, by doing whatever they've needed to do to know their worth and show the hyena person that they're not someone to be taken advantage of. And see, I feel like the hyena person may have not even realized that they were taking advantage of the dolphin person because the dolphin person was just giving a second nature to the dolphin person. And a lot of the dolphin person's healing seems to be around learning to rebalance that and learning to be okay with receiving and learning to expect mutual give and take, mutual giving and receiving. And the hyena person directly benefited from the dolphin's generosity, and I think they loved how generous the dolphin person was. And I think they also loved that while in the relationship, they didn't have to, the dolphin person didn't challenge the hyena person to grow. They would kind of it's kind of tricky word to say enable, but at the very least, like, because the hyena is an adult and can make their own choices and does make their own choices, but it seems like the dolphin person felt like they couldn't talk to the hyena person about these things, or maybe they did talk, maybe there were issues that you guys went over like so many times and it didn't matter. The hyena person would say they were going to change, they would say they were going to do this, and then they wouldn't. I feel like the hyena person has a really hard time holding space for emotional energy in general. I think that the hyena is very emotionally immature, whereas the dolphin is not only emotionally mature but also emotionally intelligent. So the hyena person's capabilities of understanding their own emotions, being able to hold space for other people's, is not very strong, because they're not even really able to hold space for their own emotions. And I think there is a part of them that is quite devastated with how things have unfolded. And I feel just really called by the fact that, like, the trigger statements in these cards, I cannot go on, I have to make this work, I am alone. Like, I feel like these are big themes that the hyena person is working through right now. And if you're the dolphin person, if the hyena person is like, it's possible that the hyena person could be like telling the dolphin person all the things that the dolphin person has felt in their heart and has wanted to hear, but it's like now they're only telling them these things because they've realized what they've lost. Like the fact that we have the Angel of Love in reverse, like I really feel like this is kind of the dolphin's energy, and like the dolphin has kind of taken that loving, like has removed that loving energy and directed it towards themselves, directed it towards their family. And this may be hard too, especially if the dolphin and the hyena have family together, we're a family, or are a family still. And I feel like if the hyena is telling the dolphin all these things that they want to hear, I think that the hyena genuinely believes these things, that they believe that them and the dolphin are a power couple, that there's true love between them and the dolphin. But the thing that the hyena is not seeing is the fact that a relationship is not just I exist and the other person makes my life better. The hyena is forgetting that they also have to be able to give as well as receive. And I think that they did not realize how much the dolphin person was taking care of them, like, making their life easier. They literally, like the point blank, they just did not realize what they had until they didn't have it anymore. And I think that there is a part of them that is kind of in denial, but at the same time, like trying to pretend like it's not a big deal. But there's a whole lot of like awakening happening on the hyena person's end, and they're very rude awakenings that are not very fun to deal with. But I feel like, the hyena person is in this place where they are seeing what they have in hindsight. Like they're looking, like literally the hyena is looking back at the dolphin. And I feel like the dolphin person is very much like, they still have so much love for the hyena, but the dolphin person recognizes that the love that they have for themselves is far more important. And those that directly depend on the dolphin and those that the dolphin care for, like they come first before, romantic interests or things like that. I also think that like the dolphin person may be kind of struggling right now with like what to think around the hyena person, especially if the hyena person is coming in with a lot of like sweet nothings or realizations around like what they've lost. I feel like the dolphin person might be like, I know that you haven't been good for me. I know that you haven't changed anything. Like, I know you have this awareness, but like, I feel like the dolphin's confusion comes from the fact that they have a lot of love, or they may still very much be in love with the hyena, and they want the hyena to be what the hyena is saying that they want to be, but they don't believe that the hyena is actually ready to do that. It's almost like, it kind of reminds me of that cycle of like a relationship where you break up and you get back together, and like, you know, there's always like one person that's like, I've changed and like I'm a different person, and then you get back together and realize the only thing that changed them was the fact that you were over in the first place, and then like they fall back into those old habits and stuff like that. And so I feel like the dolphin person is very hesitant and very like on guard, but still just very like loving, especially if the dolphin and the hyena like share children or anything like that. I definitely think that, you know, the dolphin person is like, you know, there will always be love for that reason. There will always be love for like the times that you have shared. But I think the dolphin person knows that they deserve better, knows that they deserve more, and that the hyena person had so many opportunities to change, to grow, to work together. And it just feels like the dolphin person has realized how much easier it is to move forward in life without the hyena. And that's something that's very heartbreaking, I think, for the dolphin to realize that like life is a lot easier without them. And I feel like the hyena is realizing that life is much harder without the dolphin, and that's uncomfortable for them. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the tarot now. I'm going to be using 3 different tarot decks. I'm going to be using the deck that you chose for the dolphin. So we'll start with that. I did give these a good shuffle off camera, but by force of habit, I gotta cut and shuffle anyway. Okay, good. The way that these shuffle is kind of weird because I had to tape a bunch of cards to censor the nudity. So if there's any rogue tape or any rogue T or A, I might have to do some weird editing, but bear with me. Spirit, what is the dolphin currently thinking about when it comes to the hyena and their connection with the hyena? Okay, we have the King of Wands. What is the dolphin person currently feeling? We have the Four of Cups. And finally, what action is the dolphin person taking towards the hyena at this time? Okay, I feel like these 2 cards want to come out. So we have the 7 of Swords and the Ace of Swords. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to use this deck for the hyena. Ah! I just had a card fall off of the... We had the Queen of Wands fall out. Noted. Okay. Let's do the hyena now. By the way, while I am doing all this shuffling, this reading is resonating and you would like to extend it. The extendeds are very juicy for this one. Well, I've only done one so far, but it was very juicy. And yeah, great way to support me. They're essentially a whole other reading on top of this reading. We're going to be looking at what's next in this connection, and I'm asking questions based on like what you need to know. This one will definitely be interesting, but we'll talk about that later. If you want to see what's all is in it, it's in the intro. But Spirit, what is the hyena thinking about the dolphin? Yeah, we have Judgment. There's some censor. YouTube is against booties. Just so sad. Anyway, Spirit, what is the hyena feeling for the dolphin person? We have the High Priestess. And finally, what action? Yeah, we have the Ace of Wands. Okay. Finally, I'm going to be using this deck to represent mutual thoughts, mutual feelings, and action you're both taking. So Spirit, what do both the dolphin and the hyena think of this connection and their situation? We have the Seven of Cups, yeah. What do they feel? We have the Five of Pentacles, and what action are they mutually taking? We have the Nine of Pentacles, okay. Yeah, so this makes a lot of sense. Starting with the dolphin person, the first thing that I think that they're thinking about, one, is I feel like the dolphin person is realizing how much they didn't see their own power. Like, they have so much more power than they realize. And I also think that they are seeing the hyena person in a more realistic light. I feel like the dolphin person is also, I feel like the dolphin person is an optimist at heart. And I feel like they really hold a lot of high hopes for the hyena person, at least in regards of them being able to figure things out, being able to improve and grow, and at the very least, like, be happy. Like, I feel like more than anything, the dolphin person wants the hyena to see their own power and see their worth. Because I think the thing is like, the dolphin person didn't fall in love with a hyena because they were a wounded soul. I mean, that was part of it, but like that, but it was also because the dolphin was a wounded soul, and they y'all bonded on that. But the dolphin also saw the untapped potential within the hyena. And I think that the hyena may be starting to see their own power now that the dolphin person is stepping into their power. But I feel like the dolphin person also thinks, I think they think fondly, especially like about memories. And the fact that the Queen of Wands like fell off the deck as I was shuffling, I really think that the dolphin person has kind of realized that they were holding their own growth back with the hyena. And I think that they've realized how quickly and efficiently they can get things done when they're not being held to, when they're not being tied to someone who's kind of holding them down. Sorry if you're the hyena person, but I gotta be honest. I'm not gonna lie to you. But also I think that there is still, I feel like the dolphin still has desire for the hyena to step up and like take the lead, to be the like empowered version of themselves they know they can be. But I feel like there's also this awareness of like, the dolphin has taken what they've seen as untapped potential in the hyena and used that and recognized where there was untapped potential in themselves and use that to empower themselves. So I feel like the dolphin person has taken some lessons out of the hyena's book in terms of like what they're doing or how they've succeeded, and they've used that to make their own success. But I also think what they're realizing is like, it feels good to take the lead in their own life, and it also feels good to be empowered. It feels good to be to stand in their power, and it feels good to put themselves first. I feel like the dolphin is feeling very optimistic, and it's quite possible that they've realized that their mindset could have been really negative because of the headspace they were in when they were with the hyena. But I still think that the dolphin thinks the world of the hyena in the sense that they know the person that the hyena can be, and they see the hyena's soul, and they know that the hyena has a beautiful soul. Like, that's what they fell in love with. But that soul has, you know, a lot of growing to do, and a lot of growing into themselves to do, and a lot of healing to do. And so I think that the dolphin person is just kind of like always thinking about like sending them healing, sending them love. But I think the dolphin person has a lot of confidence in the fact that they can do hard things and they can do them on their own. The fact that we have the Four of Cups here, I feel like the dolphin person wasn't expecting, I feel like there's the Four of Cups can talk a lot about like boredom or discontent, but this Four of Cups is so interesting because I feel like the dolphin is kind of realizing how much their needs weren't being met in this past relationship. I feel like the dolphin person is realizing that like they would rather be alone and be at peace and kind of bored than with someone and in turmoil and chaos, or be like constantly stressed out. I also think with this Four of Cups, the dolphin person is kind of realizing like their feelings aren't as maybe strong as they used to be. Like there's more of a consistency with their feelings towards the hyena, where they're definitely mature and they're rooted in like just wanting peace with them. But there's also this like, I feel like the dolphin person is getting reacquainted to like emotional peace, because they haven't had that in a while. Even if there wasn't like a lot of arguing and chaos and turmoil between the dolphin and the hyena, I feel like the dolphin didn't realize how much inner turmoil they were experiencing because of how much they were pushing themselves to like give to everyone else and to like be there for everyone else. I feel like if anything, they feel like there's uncertainty around the situation, but I don't really think the dolphin person is too focused on the hyena person, at least in terms of an emotionally fulfilling way, because I think they kind of realize like the hyena person hasn't ever really fulfilled the dolphin emotionally. I think the dolphin has fulfilled themselves emotionally in this relationship, where they may have like fantasized about the future together, or they may have like made excuses for the hyena, or they may have just found ways to meet their own emotional needs because the hyena couldn't. And I think the dolphin person is realizing like, oh, my emotional needs aren't too much. The hyena person just like wasn't able to meet them and didn't have the capacity to. And now that I'm aware of that, that is a less quality, like that is a quality that isn't very attractive to me. Like I feel like the dolphin person is kind of realizing that emotional intelligence is really attractive to them, and like emotional availability is really attractive to them. And so I think that there is an awareness on the dolphin's end that they are a bit emotionally unavailable actually to the hyena person now, but it's healthy for them to do so and to be that way. Now, in terms of actions, I love this. We have the Seven of Swords with the Ace of Swords. The dolphin is seeing things more clearly, and I think that the dolphin is going to continue to just discern what is the truth for them. I mean, we have clarity here. I feel like with the Seven of Swords, a lot of excuses that the dolphin person made in the past, they're not making those same excuses anymore. They are recognizing what things are rather than what things could be. I think that the dolphin person fell in love with what the hyena could be, and the hyena loved what the dolphin person was. And what the hyena person didn't see was that the dolphin person was giving everything and the hyena person was giving the bare minimum. And I think the hyena person genuinely thought this was a balance, give and take, and the dolphin person probably did too. And the realization of how they've been betraying themselves, the realization of just how unfair things have been, I feel like they're really seeing a lot more clearly now, and recognizing that it is not okay to betray themselves in order to, it's not okay for the dolphin person to set themselves on fire to keep other people warm. And I think what the dolphin person is recognizing is that it's not betrayal and it's not selfish to put yourself first, to put your needs first. And I think they also have a lot of clarity on problems that they overlooked in the past because they were always seeing the best in the hyena. Now, in terms of the hyena, a lot of the same energies that I was talking about are really showing up here. And I can't help but be intrigued by the fact that Judgment and the High Priestess came out. Judgment is number 20 in tarot, and the High Priestess is number 2. And in numerology, 20 would also reduce to 2. So I definitely think that the hyena is having a lot of harsh awakenings around what they've lost, what they've missed out on, and also about what they truly need, what their priorities actually are, how they messed up, and also just the fact that they didn't see what they had. With the Judgment card being here, they would not have seen the true value of the dolphin person if they didn't have the opportunity to lose them. A hyena person takes things for granted, period. There's a lot of unhealed wounds, especially around their inner child, that they have yet to unpack and deal with. And the grass is always greener on the other side to the hyena person. And I feel like with this Judgment card being here, they are seeing things a lot more clearly, and it's not fun. Recognizing how hard it is to be alone, recognizing how much the dolphin person actually did for them that they can't do for themselves, or that they now have to learn how to do for themselves. Like there were so many forms of labor that the dolphin person was doing that the hyena person did not even realize and took for granted, and may have even been critical of the type of labor that the dolphin person was doing, as like it was not enough, or that it wasn't this, or that it wasn't that. And I feel like the hyena person is really not liking what they're seeing in the mirror. But I also feel like at the same time, there's this real motivation and energy to want to transform and want to change. But we'll get there. Moving on to their feelings, we have the High Priestess. And the biggest thing that I am feeling here is that the last thing that they want the dolphin person to know about is just how much they are missing the dolphin person, just how much they realize how much they screwed up, just how hard. I feel like they don't want the dolphin person to know how hard they're taking this. In this case, like the keyword that came to mind was like secrets. I feel like the hyena person is keeping a lot of the emotions they're experiencing as a secret, unless they've already talked to the dolphin about these things. They definitely haven't told the dolphin like the full extent of what they're feeling and experiencing. But there's a lot of like, oh, wow, the dolphin was right about this. The dolphin was right about that. I should have listened to the dolphin. I didn't realize that they were doing this. I feel like a lot of the things that the hyena was in the dark about, they've now come to light and they don't really like it. But I also think that the dolphin's absence has opened up a powerful space for the hyena person to start actually going within and start looking into their own inner worlds. The hyena person could even be like trying to get like readings and stuff about like the dolphin person. Like they might be seeking out resources that they once criticized, like tarot, or that they once thought were nonsense, especially if the dolphin person was into them. And they could be like realizing how much value there was in them. Like I feel like the hyena person is seeing so much of what the dolphin was trying to show them all along, and it took the dolphin person's absence and the loss of the dolphin person for them to realize like, oh wow, the dolphin person was right about this. Oh wow, I didn't see, like there's just a lot that they didn't see before that they're starting to see clearly, and it's not a pretty picture for them. Now, in terms of action, we have the Ace of Wands. So I would not be shocked if the hyena person, at the very least, tries to hook up with the dolphin person. In terms of actions, the hyena is looking for a way in. The hyena definitely, at the very least, like wants to be physically intimate with the dolphin. That is like something, that is a weird sentence to be saying when you don't know that the dolphin and hyena are just metaphors for human people. But I just realized how kind of funny that sounds. But anyway, with that Ace of Wands, I definitely feel like the hyena is feeling motivated and inspired to change and grow. And I feel like they are seeing the opportunities that the universe is presenting them. But what they're going to do with that, I don't know. I don't want to dog on the hyena person as hard as I have been, but I clearly have for a reason. Get it? Dog, because hyena. Anyway, I feel like the hyena person really does have the potential to grow and change. And I think it's really unfortunate that it had to take, you know, this connection reaching this point for them to realize that. But I think no matter what, this was very important for both the dolphin and the hyena to experience, because the dolphin needed to see just how much. I'm literally hearing that song that's like, you make me do too much labor. And I feel like the dolphin person needed to see how much they were betraying themselves to help others, and how much of what they were engaging in was not actually love, but just a reinforcement of patterning or reinforcement of old wounds. And I think on the hyena's end, they've needed to see that you can't just exploit the people that love you for your own benefit. And you can't be in a healthy relationship and only receive and expect that you're allowed to like live your life the way you whatever ways you want, and your partner shouldn't have a problem with that. Like, I feel like the hyena person had really entitled expectations that I wonder if they learned from like their parents or something. But at the very least, with this Ace of Wands, I feel like the hyena is at the very least inspired and motivated to change and like to try to grow and want to be better. But the aces are opportunities. So they have this opportunity to do this, but whether they actually do that or not, time will tell. The extended will also tell, so you can check it out there. But in terms of what you both are mutually feeling, you both are definitely very confused. There is a huge lack of clarity here, and I feel like both of you kind of cycle through a lot of different emotions, a lot of different conclusions, a lot of different energies when it comes to like processing everything that's happened here. I feel like both of you feel confused around like, yeah, there's just a lot of uncertainty. I think both of you pop up in one another's dreams. You might be having a lot of dreams about one another. I would definitely pay attention to those and write them down, because there might be some very powerful messages in them. But also I think that both of you like think about one another. Both of you, I think this is the thing, like it's really hard for the dolphin to do all of this. Like it takes a lot of strength from the dolphin to not just go back to what is comfortable for them, and just because like if the dolphin could do anything, I feel like they would love to just be able to unwrite and undo everything that has happened and go back to normal sometimes, just because they miss the connection with the hyena. But in their heart, they know that they can't, and that the hard work, and the work that they've been putting in on themselves, like, is worth it. But I definitely think there is like reminiscing, there is nostalgia, and a lot of confusion, and I think that nostalgia creates confusion. But yeah, both of you definitely have the situation on your mind. And I also think that like both of you have other things going on in your individual lives that are also adding to this confusion. So like, for example, if you are the dolphin person and you also resonate with pile 1, you know, maybe these are two connections that you're trying to decipher and understand right now. But yeah, more than anything, there's just a lot of confusion and a lot of uncertainty. But both of you are definitely thinking heavily a lot about one another, reminiscing, reflecting, daydreaming, or even like night dreaming. In terms of feelings with 5 of Pentacles, you both definitely really miss each other. And I definitely think that specifically both of you miss like certain rituals or traditions that you had. Like, for example, like maybe you both did Taco Tuesday, or you had like a tradition of celebrating a certain holiday in a specific way together, or maybe you guys just had like simple things that you did that you really loved. But with the 5 of Pentacles as well, I feel like there is this recognition of like coldness and distance between the two of you. And also like it's quite possible that you haven't seen each other physically in quite a while. I think both of you feel a lack of warmth from the other and feel and like miss the warmth that existed between the two of you. I also think that with the Five of Pentacles here, there's this kind of lack mentality that I think both of you are kind of dealing with right now, where you're not really seeing all the paths open to you, and maybe not really seeing how absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I feel like whatever distance has existed between the both of you, I feel like that has been something that has made both of you like yearn for the other's presence. I think that there is this like energy here where both of you know, like right now, or at least in the past, like things were not working, but on an emotional level, both of you miss the security of just having one another's presence there. And that like that security of just like, even though, you know, we got issues and we're not perfect and we got things we need to work through, like at least we have each other. And like I feel like there was this mentality between the two of you, like it's us against the world. And I feel like both of you miss that, and you haven't felt that with anyone else. And I feel like sometimes you yearn for, I feel like sometimes both of you yearn for the beginnings of your relationship together. I feel like there was some sort of real common bond around like wounds or around just feeling alone. And I think both of you do feel really lonely, but I think the hyena is much lonelier than the dolphin. I think the dolphin misses the hyena's presence. I think they miss the hyena's like literally laugh. They also miss like the hyena's, they miss the light and fun attributes of the hyena, but they also don't miss a lot of the challenges that came with it. I feel like the hyena misses being on the same playing field as the dolphin. I feel like when the dolphin and the hyena first met, both of you guys were like on the same like wavelength and frequency, and I feel like the dolphin has just continued to evolve and the hyena has remained more stagnant and even maybe like regressed a little bit. And I think that they sometimes wish that they could just go back to that time, and they miss that time, and they miss that feeling of feeling like I feel like the hyena person feels very insecure about themselves because they've seen how much the dolphin has grown and how they've done it all on their own, and that they didn't need the hyena to do that. And I feel like there is a bit of like worthlessness that the hyena is feeling. And I think the dolphin feels the same thing, because sometimes the dolphin wonders if the hyena misses them, or if the hyena even cares that the dolphin's gone. And I think that there is just, you know, both of you are definitely experiencing wounds from this relationship and experiencing pain and loss still from it. But I feel like the dolphin is using those feelings, is dealing with those feelings in much healthier ways than the hyena is. And finishing off with actions, we have the Nine of Pentacles. So both of you are focused on your own independence. Both of you are focused on growing your material abundance. Both of you are focused right now on financial security, physical comfort, the material realm, independence. Both of you are really just focused on being in your bad bitch eras. Which, if you're like, ASO, stop being Gen Z, what is a bad bitch era? Bad bitch is a gender neutral term, which just means a confident, badass individual who is their authentic selves and embraces their authentic selves and does not allow the responses of others to get in the way of their authentic self-expression, and does not allow, you know, the needs and the desires of others to stop them from doing what's right for them. Does that make sense? I don't mean it in like a isolated way. I just mean it in like, most of you knew what I meant by bad bitch era. So who cares? Okay, let's keep going. I'm not gonna get in a rabbit hole. We still got the extended to do. So with that being said, now I'm gonna go ahead and start pulling guidance. I definitely think in the extended, we're gonna explore like the energies, obviously, but we're gonna ask a lot about like guidance for the dolphin in terms of like what's healthiest for them, where are the most like nourishing opportunities, and also for the hyena, like what growth is coming, like what actions will they actually be taking, things like that. Like what do you actually need to know about this situation, all that jazz. So for the dolphin, okay, well, Spirit has clear guidance for the dolphin. Surrender the drama. No matter how emotionally charged a situation, remain calm and don't contribute to the drama. Staying centered will help resolve the issue more quickly. And it's quite possible too that the hyena is bringing a lot of drama into things. But we also have surrender to inner peace. Cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. In quiet, meditative moments, focus on the stillness within and enjoy this inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and your life will flow more easily. Spirit, what does the hyena need to surrender at this time? Okay. So we have surrender to divine timing. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient and trust in the universal flow. And we also have surrender to your intuition. Tune into your inner voice. Be aware of any gut feelings, flashes, knowings, or aha moments that come through to guide you. So it definitely seems like I think that the hyena, they could get it together. I believe in the hyena. And I think that right now, a lot of what's happening is they are probably experiencing some of the first ego deaths they've ever encountered and actually starting to open up to an intuition because they can actually hear the voice for the first time. Very interesting. But let's see what they both need to surrender. Obviously, if you're the dolphin, even if the hyena does change and transform and evolve and grow and become a healthy like partner, doesn't mean you have to take them back or like have them be a part of your life. You are entitled to do whatever you want and whatever makes you happiest. But also, you know, we need to see what you both need to surrender. So Spirit, what does pile 2 and their person, what do they both need to surrender, please? Surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it is exactly as it is will bring you peace. And yeah, I think that's the thing, the biggest thing here is like both of you, you know, I feel like both of you wish things were different. I feel like both of you wish that things weren't the way they were, but they are the way they are. And so surrendering that and accepting that will bring a lot of awareness, wisdom, and empowerment. Finally, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the dolphin person? Celebrate. A job well done. Recognition. Say yes. Yeah, I definitely feel like Spirit is really saying, like, do whatever you can to bring more joy to your life. Because I feel like you have a hard time, especially if you're the dolphin, like, giving yourself those opportunities to just, like, have fun and be carefree. And you might have even felt some resentment towards the hyena because the hyena was so focused on being carefree and fun. And it's like all the responsibility was shouldered on your part. I feel like the universe is saying, you know, it's time for you to have fun. It's time for you to give yourself a break. It's time to do things that are fun and celebrate. One thing the dolphin person deserves to celebrate is their resilience, is the empowerment that they have, is the power that they have been embodying. Celebrate the fact that the dolphin, no matter what life has thrown at the dolphin, life cannot take the dolphin's beautiful, beautiful heart and kindness away from them. What does the hyena need to know? What guidance, Spirit, do you have for the hyena, please? We have fall back. No need to worry. Take a break. All will work out. And take action now. That's kind of funny. Just in the sense that, like, these are like opposite guidances, but I think they actually make a lot of sense. I think what they need to fall back on is trying to convince the dolphin person that they've changed or that they will change. And instead, they just need to make the changes necessary and see where that leads them. And instead of worrying about what the outcome is going to be and be attached to results, recognize that no matter what, even if the dolphin person, even if the hyena person does transform and the dolphin person doesn't want to be involved with them again, nothing is lost, because the hyena has grown into a more evolved and aware individual. And I would say to the hyena person, if your motivation for transforming is solely to get someone back, you might have to ask yourself if that's a healthy motivation, and ask yourself, what would motivate you to evolve for you? Anyway, what guidance spirit do you have for both pile 2 and their person, please? We have career change. Can you tell us about that? Do more of what you love. And set boundaries. Protect your energy. Say no. So I guess both of you are going to be going through some career changes, and you're being encouraged to do more of what you love, especially if your career has something to do with, especially if you're doing something that makes you really unhappy. But also, I think both of you are really just being encouraged to embody more love in your lives and to protect your energy and to say no. And I guess if you've been looking for a sign to make a career change, there it is. So pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. I'm going to move over to the extended now. So thank you guys so much for watching if you're leaving me here. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support me. So thank you to everyone who does that. But if you'd like to support me in any other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad. You guys are the best. If you want me to see your comments, I usually see comments when I first upload. You can also check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off, as well as my merch and my social media. And you can also check out other videos as well as any of my extendeds. But speaking of those, I'm going to head over there now. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope that these messages resonated. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Calcite Sunflower and the Holly Simple Tarot, then this is going to be your reading on you and your person and what is going on in your connection. So if you'd like a full breakdown of what we're covering in the reading as well as the extended, feel free to check that out in the intro. But we're going to go ahead and start by doing the energy check and looking at the energies we will be discussing today. Sorry for not enunciating. So starting with your energies, we have the stingray. We have the theme of support, and the trigger statement is, I am not supported. The true statement is, I move forward with divine grace. Take comfort and know that you are supported. Nurture your inner child and connect with the earth. We also have body language and worth the wait. In terms of the energies connecting the both of you, we have the angel of strength and dreams come true. Oh, that feels weird. Yeah, that needs to, there we go. That feels better. And then finally, for your person's energies, we have the spider. We have the theme of purpose with the crown chakra. The trigger statement is, what is the point of it all? And the true statement is, I am special. You have a unique place in this world with gifts and talents that only you can provide. Use your connection with the divine to share them. We have power couple, and we have let go of control. Holy mirroring, Batman. There's a lot of mirroring in this pile. So I want to start off by saying, if you have any questions about the energy check, there is a portion, should be in the comment section and the description, listed where it says energy check, frequently asked questions, FAQ. Please check that if you are concerned about something because I answer the most common questions there. Now, with that being said, in this case, it might be quite likely that both of you, that if you resonate with this reading, you will likely see yourself in both sides, or see parts of yourself in both sides. Forgive me because it might get a little bit confusing with how much mirroring is going on. But I want to start with the energy of the connection, because this is clearly a very powerful connection. And if I'm being honest, where you are at with your person could differ greatly based upon who's watching. For some of you, you may not even know who this person is yet, because this is definitely a spiritual connection. So if you don't have like a deeply spiritual connection to someone yet, but feel and know that there's someone out there, then you can take this as confirmation that that is the case. But for others of you who are aware of a spiritual connection, I would definitely say it is this. But like I said, where you and your person are at, like whether you're together, whether you're just friends, whether you recently, like, there could be so many different things. But there is awareness from both parties that this connection is not only something really special, but it coincides with dreams and ambitions of the future. Also, the fact that we have the angel of strength here. One, there is divine guidance around this connection, which would make sense because this is very spiritual. Like, the amount of mirroring is insane. We'll get into it. But not only that, like, I mean, there's strong feelings on both ends, but it's more than that. Like, this connection is very powerful, and a lot of that power, especially right now, is manifesting in both of your individual journeys and the changes that are happening. There is one word that is kind of a core theme of both people individually and all together. Both the stingray and the spider in the guidebook of this deck talk about Dharma. And rather than me sitting here and like trying to explain Dharma from my brain, I have a great definition of it from the Yogic Path guidebook. Look at that, see? You even flip to it. Dharma, your highest purpose. Congratulations, you are on the path to fulfilling your highest purpose. You have recently unraveled deeper insight into why you were put here on this planet and are ready to share your gifts in a bigger way. You have realized that the obstacles you have faced were given to you for a reason and have provided you with the strength that you've needed to show up as your highest self. The universe is ready for you to rise up in your Dharma role and uplift the vibration of the entire planet. Continue to listen to the whispers of your soul. So what's really going on here is, as you both are following your Dharma, the connection's only getting stronger. And the dreams of what you both have individually are coinciding with dreams around who you picture sharing this beautiful future with. Another thing, we have mirroring. I can't help but notice, like, both Stingray and Spider start with the letter S, and both of these cards, Melissa, Myrrh, start with M. So you could have like similar initials or flip-flopped initials, or the initials MS, SM, SNM. That could be significant. I just wanted to state that. But it definitely seems like for the Stingray person right now, a lot of what they're going through is has a lot to do with themselves and their own personal development. The Stingray right now is in a period of transition where they are learning to have more confidence in themselves, and this strength energy is being applied in their life in a way where they're gaining the confidence to live a life in alignment with whatever their Dharma, if you're the Stingray, your Dharma is. And they're recognizing the confidence that it takes to stand in that truth. And I think that just in general, this Stingray person is gaining more of an empowered sense of self. They are learning who they are, and they are learning how to give themselves the support that they need to move forward in confidence. The fact that we have I am not supported here, I feel like the stingray person has really struggled with low self-esteem. And I do want to say that, like, I'm going to have a hard time individuating you and your person as individuals, because I think that on an individual, like, I feel like both of you are experiencing these elements, and I'll get into it, but I feel like the stingray side is much more on like a physical, personal level. One or both of you is right now learning how to stand in your truth more and recognize what is truly important to you. I also think that the stingray person is recognizing that they may not know how or when things will come together, but they trust that whatever they're being led towards is worth the wait, and this situation is worth the wait, worth seeing through, and they are willing to follow and see how things unfold. I don't feel like the stingray, like, unless both the stingray and the spider are explicitly in a relationship together, I don't think that either of you are, unless you guys are explicitly already in a relationship, I don't think either of you are like dating. It could be that this is like long distance and there are feelings there, but there's like an inability to like come together at this time. It could be that there are feelings there, but neither of you are necessarily interacting with one another or pursuing one another because of all of what's going on in your personal lives. And like I said, for some of you, you may know that this person is out there, but you haven't met them yet. And that would be the same for your person. But also, I feel like there's a deep level of like respect here. And I also want to mention, you both are afraid of each other, even if you don't think so. Like, it's actually very interesting. You know, stingrays and spiders are two deeply misunderstood animals. Humanity has beef with one stingray, which he knows what he did to Steve Irwin. But actually, that's not fair. Could have been a female stingray. I don't know. I have beef with a stingray from the past, I guess is my point. But, and also, people are very afraid of spiders. Even though I know spiders are important to the ecosystem, and I imagine stingrays are as well. I don't know much about the stingray's role in the ecosystem, but I do know if it wasn't meant to be there, it wouldn't exist. So I definitely think both parties here are a little bit afraid and standoffish of one another. Whatever has transpired between the two of you has been deeply transformative, and I think there's kind of an awareness between the two of you that, like, everything that has happened between the two of you has been for your own highest good and for your own growth. Like, you both have been catalysts for one another's growth. And I think on the stingray's end, they really, really, really want to spend time in person with the spider, because I feel like the stingray person is starting to feel more confident in themselves and starting to also like develop a better relationship with their body and with the physical realm in general. I feel like the stingray person is learning how to bridge their heart and soul's desires into the physical realm, actually. Especially if the stingray person, you know, is like deeply emotional and very intuitive and a little bit spacey. I feel like a lot of their path right now is learning how, instead of like escaping from life and running from life, learning how to check into life and work with life so that the stingray can make things happen rather than escaping to a fantasy of a life that doesn't exist. I feel like the stingray person is recognizing that their power does not come from lamenting over the state of the world, but rather their power comes from acknowledging that they don't have to to engage with and be a part of the aspects of humanity that they don't like, and also they can be the change that they want to see. I feel like the stingray person has been chronically underestimated, and as a result probably underestimates themselves as well. And I feel like right now what's really huge for the stingray is their physical body is going through a lot of like upgrades. I don't even know what that means, but like they could be eating better, they could be exercising more, they could just be like doing more healing. They could also be having like a kundalini activation that kind of reminds me of that. Like this little spine thing also kind of looks like a caduceus, so like medical stuff could be significant. But more than anything, I feel like the stingray is making progress in terms of their body, their physical reality, and using their body. And well, I guess basically what the stingray is doing right now is learning how to manipulate, and I don't mean manipulate in a negative way, but literally just objectively like manipulate, change form, their physicality and their physical surroundings to match what is truly on the inside, rather than trying to portray something that they're not, or just hiding from the world, or just shying away from the world. It's like they're starting to step into themselves, step into their roles, and also recognize where they need to be more confident, where they need to take risks, where they need to be stronger. And I feel like the stingray is recognizing that they're capable of making their dreams come true. And I think that one thing that the stingray is very inspired by is the spider's work ethic and the spider's ability to go after what they want. So with that being said, let's move over to the spider person, because the spider person, I think, has a much better understanding, or is much better at navigating the material realm. I think the stingray is much better at navigating like the intuitive, subtle realms, especially since they're being portrayed as a water sign. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, they do not have to be a water sign or have water signs, but they are showing watery energy. And the spider is showing earthy energy, which would be Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, so they don't have to have those placements. But both of those elements are feminine. And I think that right now, both parties are definitely like, it seems like there's not a lot of action happening between the two of you for whatever reason, probably likely due to the fact that you both are just very focused on your own individual journeys right now and your own work and purpose. But it seems that this connection is intertwined with this purpose, either because you are meant to like activate one another and do that, or your both of your life's dharma like involve one another. So I feel like for the spider person, a lot of what they're going through right now is spiritual in nature, where they're starting to see the weavings of all of the work that they've done in their life and starting to see how it all interconnects. I also think they're starting to recognize the fact that they have so much more creative power than they think they do. I also think they are undergoing that same process of learning how to appreciate and love themselves more. I feel especially like with the spider, there's a lot of wounds around being misunderstood or being unworthy. I think that the spider developed their work ethic actually as a way to like prove their worth, because for whatever reason they believe that they weren't worthy on their own. But actually, the spider person, the more that they have known the stingray person, like the stingray person has been like kind of a muse and inspiration for the spider person in terms of the work that they're doing. And the interesting thing is that I think the spider's focus right now is less on their inner processes and much more on creating external progress that is leading to spiritual awareness which is then in turn helping them take even more empowered and aligned action in their 3D reality. I feel like if anything, the spider person is having a lot of intuitive hits about the stingray's presence in their life, and about they're also like connecting dots, like understanding why they had to experience certain things, why they had to undergo certain things. And I think the spider person is also realizing that they are not the ones in control of their life the way that they thought they were. I think part of this spiritual awakening is recognizing that maybe the universe has a better plan for them than they had for themselves. And I think what they're starting to realize is that the universe has a better idea of what their dreams are than they do themselves. I feel like for the spider especially, there's been a real, I'm hearing like come to Jesus moment, in the sense of like, maybe the spider has been like working hard but not working smart, in the sense of like they've been doing all this work, but for what reason? Other than, is it to just pass time? Is it because they feel like they should? I feel like they're realizing that their most meaningful work is work that has a purpose, an underlying purpose that not only has meaning to them, but this work also is something that the spider person brings like a really unique spin to it. Or the spider person has like unique skills that would really benefit whatever they're going after. I feel like the spider person recognizes that the stingray and them could be a power couple. But I feel like the spider person is really focused right now on their own success and their own dreams, the same way the stingray person is. I feel like neither the stingray or the spider are really focused on one another overtly, but you're always on one another's minds. And like, even if you don't want to be, you are. Like, random things will remind you of one another. You might see tons of random like synchronicities. You might see each other's names or birthdays. And it seems like you both are exploring opposite polarities of similar themes. And a lot of the themes that you both are exploring right now have to do with your own personal growth, have to do with what is truly going to make you happy, and have to do with, you know, the important foundational groundwork that is necessary in order to make your dreams a reality. And I think that and as I said that, I kind of felt my heart skip a beat. And I really do think that when you both dream of the future, you see one another in it. And I think that both of you are trying to find the strength to not be so afraid to face this connection. I think both of you are, you might think that you're not afraid of this connection, but you are. You might think it's your person, but it's both of you. I also think that both of you really go back and forth with this situation because you just don't know what's meant for you. You just don't know what's right. And there's a lot of like what feels right to you may differ strongly from what you're told is right, or what society says is right. And I think clearly both of you know you have enough strength and inner conviction to recognize that the life that you want to live is not going to look like what the vast majority of society thinks is like how people should live, but that's okay. I feel like there's just a lot of powerful growth happening for both of you. And like I said, you guys could be experiencing both of these things at the same time, which is a lot. So you both could be learning how to be more confident in yourself and embrace these changes. Because the stingray also talks about like that difficult transition between doing what's safe and easy, but not aligned, versus making the challenging changes necessary in order to grow and be in alignment with who you've become. So I definitely think that there's like just a lot of emphasis on union of your physical body and your higher selves, right now. The union of the true spiritual, soulful version of yourself and bridging that into your physicalities so that you can act from that soulful place much easier, and it doesn't take so much work to be in touch with it, and there's less emotional and psychological and mental contaminants that get in the way of your ability to act in alignment with your wisdom, your integrity, all that jazz. So I definitely think that there's a lot happening here, but there may be absolutely nothing happening between the two of you, like the ways in which you're relating, because like you're not even facing one another. And in the spider, you know, the eyes are closed, and the stingray, you know, this girl's back is turned, but both of you think of one another and see one another in your lives. And I think both of you wish for one another. So let's go ahead and get into the tarot then, because it seems like we're not going to get much more unless we start doing some digging. This is definitely going to be a very, very juicy extended. So if this is resonating and you're enjoying it, feel free to check that out when we're done. We're going to be looking at what's next in this connection. And we're also going to be getting it like an honest conversation between you and your person using channel messages. And I'm going to be asking questions. We're going to look at like what's next for the connection, and then I'm going to be asking questions based on that. So each extended has been unique, but so far they've been really good, really fun. And yeah, so if you want to join me over there when this is done, feel free. If not, just grateful you're here. But I'm going to use the Holly Simple deck for Stingray person. So Spirit, what is the stingray thinking about when it comes to the spider and their connection with them? Okay, we have the Three of Wands. What is the stingray feeling for the spider and the connection? We have the King of Cups. Okay, yeah. And finally, what action is the stingray taking towards the spider and the connection, please? We have the Moon. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So now I'm going to use this deck. I can't remember what it's called. What's it called? Tarot de Luz. I'll put it in the... I'll put it on. All the decks are always linked in the description. But we're just going to ask the same things, just with this deck. And then I'll pull from one more deck for mutual thoughts, feelings, actions. So for the spider person, Spirit, what does the spider think about when it comes to, or what is the spider person thinking about when it comes to the stingray and their connection with them? So we have the Knight of Wands. What is the spider person feeling for the stingray and the connection at this time? We have the King of Wands. Fire and water. And then what action is the spider person planning on, or what action is the spider person taking towards the connection and stingray? You have the Two of Wands. Okay, interesting. Now, let's see what you're both thinking, feeling, and doing. And this is the Chubby Bun Tarot. I think it's really interesting. I just want to note how like this Knight of Wands and this Angel of Strength literally look like mirror images of each other. I don't know, I just think that's really cool. And I think it's also really cool how the stingray is like, there's a predominance of blue, and then for the spider, there's like a predominance of red. And the stingray has got a lot of cups energy. And the spider has a lot of red or wands energy. Anyway, Spirit, what are both the spider and the stingray mutually thinking about one another? Do we have the Tower? Okay. What are the spider and the stingray mutually feeling for one another? We have the Page of Swords. Can we clarify that Page of Swords, please? We have the Six of Wands. Cool. Okay. And then finally, what action are both the parties taking this time? Wow, okay, so we have the Magician and we have the Empress. That's really powerful. So, wow. Let's start with the stingray over here. In terms of thoughts, the stingray is definitely like, I feel like the stingray tries their best to not think about the spider person too much. I feel like if anything, the stingray is really focused on their future, and I think they fantasize about a future with the spider in it. I definitely think that they are kind of just trusting and having faith in this situation. It's kind of interesting that it falls out in front of that worth the wait card, or on top of the worth the wait card, because I do feel like the stingray person like wonders when things will like come together again. And I think the stingray person like thinks about and yearns for the future because they want to be closer physically to the spider person. But I feel like there's just a lot of trust here and recognition that not only are they supported, but they know the future is bright and that everything's going to work out as it's meant to. But there's definitely like this hope of like, I really hope it's my person who ends up, you know, being the one to share this future with me. In terms of their feelings, though, we have the King of Cups. These are deep, deep feelings. And I feel like they're very secret. I feel like the spider person has no clue how deep the feelings run for the stingray on the stingray's end. I feel like the stingray knows that, like, I feel like there's intuitive awareness from both parties, like that emotions run deep, emotions are very powerful. But on the stingray's end, I don't think they realize how good they are at concealing these emotions. But I feel like there is just a part of the stingray's heart that is kind of reserved for the spider person. And that doesn't mean that nobody else can be in their life, but it does mean that no matter who is in their life, they will always have like so much love for the spider person. And I think that deep in their heart, they just really want things to work out between them and the spider person. I feel like they think fondly of the spider person, send them love. But also I think that there's a lot of emotional maturity in the on the stingray's end, where they have these deep feelings, but they don't necessarily feel the need to do anything about them, at least not right now, because the fact that we have the moon as the stingray's actions, I feel like the stingray is very fearful of taking action towards the spider person at this time. That, or they're just very fearful of the situation in general. They may be feeling like the situation's out of their hands anyway, and they may be afraid of the fact that their feelings aren't going anywhere and that their feelings are real. I also feel like with the moon card here, though, a lot of the stingray's actions kind of have to do with like tapping into the connection, like intuitively, like they might feel their person's energy, or they might send like telepathic like messages. They might talk to the spider like in their head, and they might think they're just like, I don't know, I think there's more contact than they realize. But I also think that the stingray person is ignoring certain feelings and desires that they have for the spider person. And I don't know if that is because they don't like those feelings, or that tapping into those feelings makes them feel weak, or tapping into those feelings makes them is just too much for them right now. But it does seem like there are feelings to be explored underneath the surface. Like, even though they are aware of how deep their feelings run, I think that there's a lack of acceptance around that. Like, I feel like the stingray person is minimizing their emotions a little bit, but I also think that's partially because they're afraid of how much they feel for the spider person. And I think that they are afraid of looking stupid. They're afraid of being wrong. They're afraid of being foolish. They're afraid of there's just a lot of fear here that I think actually, if you're the stingray person, I would highly recommend, well, I guess you could be both. I would recommend looking at what fears you may be projecting onto your person. What are you afraid of them doing? Because those fears might actually just be within you, and they may be fears that need to be addressed in order for you / the stingray person to feel more comfortable opening up and being vulnerable. There's definitely, like, the stingray person doesn't have any plans right now to, like, tell the spider person the extent or depth of their feelings. And they also have no plans to let the spider person know how afraid they are about this connection. And I think the fear is around the unknown, and the fear is around whatever hardships both of you have endured as a result of the connection, or as a result of, like, your spiritual paths. It doesn't have to be your connection with one another. It could be connections from, like, past people. The stingray could be projecting that onto the spider person. But yeah, there's definitely, like, just a big emphasis here on feelings, just a whole lot of feelings. And I think that in terms of, like, actions that the stingray is taking, I think they might be trying to work through their feelings and let go of fears as they arise, but sometimes they do just avoid them. Now, as for the spider person, in terms of their thoughts, we have the Knight of Wands. So I feel like the spider person all the time wants to reach out to the stingray person, but I feel like they hold back because they like to be in control. Control is a big thing for the spider person. And I feel like one thing too is not only have their feelings developed and matured for the stingray person, but depending on your shared history together, I do think the spider person could be reminiscing on ways in which they act very immaturely. I'm going to say it that way because the way it was verbalized in my head was really harsh. They could be very harsh towards themselves right now. They could be really angry at themselves for any ways they treated the stingray person in the past. But there's also a lot of excitement towards the stingray person. Like, when they think about the stingray person, there's a lot of, like, physical attraction. So if you and your person have been physically intimate, I definitely think the spider person thinks about that, like, all the time, and desires that, and likely dominates their thoughts when they're spending one-on-one time with themselves, let's say. But I also think that there's this just excited inner child energy that the spider has when they think about the stingray person and they think about the connection, because there's something just very fun about the time that you two spend together, and it makes them feel younger than they are. And to be clear, they may not even be old, but they may feel old. Well, I guess that's the thing, is, like, age is just a number. How you feel. You can be 15 and feel like you're 50, and you can be 80 and feel like you're 8. It doesn't really matter, right? And I feel like in your person's case, if your person is the spider, if not you, I feel like the spider's feelings the spider is recognizing, one, how much they've developed and matured because of the stingray's influence. I feel like the spider person is realizing how much the stingray has helped the spider person develop spiritually. Because the wand suit is the closest to spirit, and the King of Wands itself is like the most connected to spirit of all of the court cards. And I feel like in this case, the spider person is really understanding the spiritual nature of this connection and understanding the fact that there's a deeper purpose to the connection between the two of you than just a superficial like romance, or just like a casual connection or whatever it may be. But I also feel like there's a lot of pride in the sense that if there were some sort of, if there've been like some hard times between the two of you, or if there was some sort of falling out, or if the spider person did anything that they feel like is responsible for the lack of connection between the two of you right now, I feel like there's a lot of shame around what they may have done in the past and recognition that they know they need to do better. But there's also like a lot of pride in the sense that they want to be the best version of themselves possible. And they're making plans to move the connection forward, like absolutely. And I feel like right now their actions are really focused on making moves and making plans right now that will help them be more available in the future. Because I feel like one thing that the spider is really struggling with is the fact that like they have so many responsibilities. And I feel like with this King of Wands, like I just heard mo money, mo problems. And I feel like in this case, like the spider person has taken on some sort of leadership. Maybe both of you have taken on leadership things that are really important. It's kind of interesting because like on the stingray side, we have the King of Cups, which is water, and on the spider side, we have the King of Wands, which is fire. So like fire and water are like pretty heavy here. And I think in this case, the King of Wands feels so much passion and excitement and enthusiasm when they think of the connection, when they think of the stingray. And I also feel like the King of Wands being here, I feel like the spider person really wants to be they want to be the version of themselves that they see in their head, because that version of themselves is the person that they want to be for the stingray. And I feel like in terms of actions with this Two of Wands here, I feel like this person right now is coming to terms with the nature of this connection and the fact that this connection is different. Like when I look at the Two of Wands, I think that the spider person is thinking about making plans with the stingray person, and they're allowing spirit and their feelings to guide them. This is definitely very like intuitively based. Like the spider person is learning how to take action from like take action from a place of like spiritual guidance and spiritual wisdom, rather than like just their linear mind, logic, planning, all that. I feel like one healthy thing that this spider person has done is realize that this connection defies logic. And I think that in their case, they're really just like recognizing the fact that they want to be the best version of themselves, and they know that they need to be that they need to come correct. And I feel like there's just a lot of planning right now. Like the spider person is really focused on continuing to like weave the web of their empire. And I feel like when it comes to the stingray, they're keeping the stingray in their plans and like in making plans that and I feel like some of them are short term and some of them are long term. But the thing is like these plans can change in an instant. And like I think the big thing about the spider's energy is that like, and with Wand's energy in general, is the spider person could be expressing this energy and be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna reach out to the stingray for another year. And then 2 days later, they get this like insight that they need to tell the stingray something, and they'll do it. So there's definitely like, they're trying their best not to be impulsive. They're trying their best to take inspired action, but not impulsive action, because I think that there could have been some discord between the two of you in the past because the spider person took impulsive action that led to more destruction between the two of you. So let's talk about the two of you, because the fact that we have the Tower here, both of you are definitely heavily thinking about how insane this connection is. You could be thinking about like any destruction that has happened like between the two of you, and like any destructive things that have happened between the two of you. But also I think both of you are desiring a shift in this connection, in the sense that it seems like things in terms of interacting with one another have been very stagnant. Like you both have been growing so much and evolving so much, but I think both of you are really missing one another. And I think both of you are kind of tired of this stalemate that you're at, but neither of you are really willing to take any action. And I feel like part of it is because you both have enough on your plates as it is. And both of you are kind of like afraid. Like I said, I've already called you out on this. You both are afraid of each other. But I feel like both of you are relying on the divine to kind of nudge you back together, push you back together. And there's fear in that as well. Like, I feel like both of you are I'm seeing the image, like a meme image specifically, the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other, and like kind of the gist of the meme is like, you're blaming each other, but you're both the same thing. And I feel like in your cases, like, I feel like there's just fear of what's going to happen here, of what the divine is going to do, of taking action in general, because what if it makes things worse? I feel like neither of you want this connection to regress in any way. Like, both of you really want things to change, but in a positive way. And that's even reflected in your feelings, because I'm going to be honest, there's some pettiness on both of your energies. Like, neither of you are being very real with one another. The fact that we have the Page of Swords here, the level of communication that you guys are capable of giving versus the level of communication that you actually give one another is very different. And I feel like both of you, it's interesting that these cards are showing up, this Page of Swords and the Six of Wands are showing up as feelings, because I think that the shared feelings between the two of you right now have a lot to do with like unresolved bruising to your egos. I think both of you don't want to look weak or vulnerable in front of the other, and I think both of you are trying so hard to pretend like this connection isn't that meaningful, doesn't matter that much, and is just like, oh, you know, whatever. Yeah, like, whatever. We're friends. We're buds. But, like, that's it. You both are definitely mirroring that. And it's a lie. And it's funny because it's a lie for both of you. Like, both of you have these, like, insanely intense, deep feelings for one another. And, like, are each other's, like, muses. And have, like, this insane passion for one another. And then there's just this, like, cognitive dissonance with the both of you where you're just like, oh, but it's fine. Like, they're fine. It's whatever. I don't really care. You guys act like you don't care, but you do. And it's so obvious. The only people that believe that you don't care is each other. Like, and I laugh, I'm not laughing at you guys. I'm laughing with you. And it's funny because it's like, because it's so human. Like, how many times have you ever been in a situation where everybody can see that two people like each other except the two people that actually like each other? You know what I mean? And I feel like in this case, there's a lot of naivety and a lot of ego here, because both of you want this situation to go well, but neither of you are willing right now to put your vulnerability on the line in the chance that you fail or you're not successful, because I think that could be a blow to the ego. I think both of you are very hesitant. Part of the fear of interacting with one another is having more ego deaths, which makes sense. But I think both of you are very inquisitive and curious as to where things will go and will lead. And there's a mutual desire for things to be successful here. And I think both of you really want to show each other off. Like, I think both of you see the fact that there's power couple energy here. And I think both of you really want to be successful, but it's like you feel like neither of you feel like you're there yet. And I feel like that's more of a mental thing, but I could be wrong, I don't know. Now, in terms of your action towards one another, I really, really love this energy. This is powerful energy. Like, and this is so exemplary of the fact that, like, even if you're not interacting with one another, there's so much happening. Especially if you're seeing number combinations of ones and threes. So like 1313, 111, 333, 3131. That's definitely significant for this connection, because both of you right now are embodying Magician and Empress energy, which I love, because first of all, the Empress represents earthly, like the earthly feminine energy. And both of you are, your earth selves are in feminine energy, just different ways. And the Magician is all about bridging spirit and matter. You know, the Magician's like quote is as above, so below. And the Magician uses all of the materials, all of the elements to create divine manifestations in the physical realm. And so what the both of you are doing right now is exactly that. And it's shown here. You know, we've got the root and the crown. We've got internal growth. We've got external growth. You're both mirroring that. We've got light. We've got dark. I feel like both of you are experiencing the same themes, just different semantics and different polarities. It's very powerful. And I think both of you are right now trying to manifest a positive outcome or a positive situation with each other. But that's not the focus of your manifestations. I think that's a desire, but your manifestations are mainly centered around your dharma, your life's purpose. And there is that desire and that yearning to have one another as a part of that. And you wouldn't have that desire mutually if there wasn't some sort of truth to it. And I think both of you know that it's only a matter of time, and that this is a process where you're just going to have to be patient and move through the cycles as they come. Because especially if you've known one another for quite some time, you'll know that connections like these, as you change, the connection changes. As you evolve, so does the other person. And I think both of you know that, like, the situation is in both of your hands, and it's also out of your hands completely. There's kind of an awareness that you have to relax and let go and go with the flow and trust, but also use this time wisely to become the versions of yourself that you need to be. And I think that this is an excellent example of what spiritual connections are meant to do, which is to catalyze and empower you to be the most aligned version of yourself possible, with your soul at least, and to make moves in the world from a place of spiritual integrity and from a place that is aligned with divine will and your will. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. So let's go ahead and get into guidance now. And we'll start by looking at what each of you, what the stingray needs to surrender, what the spider needs to surrender, and what you both need to surrender. So, Spirit, what does the stingray need to surrender at this time when it comes to this connection and their life in general? Surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. Let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in life, which I think the stingray is already doing. So keep doing it, stingray. But you stay away from the Irwins, and I'm not joking. Well, I guess that kind of was a joke. I don't know. I don't mean that in a mean-spirited way, of course. We love the Irwins. Anyway, what your person needs to surrender is rest and sleep. To prevent burnout, slow down. Honor your need for rest and quiet time and peaceful sleep to rejuvenate your body, mind, and spirit. I'm going to pull them another one because I feel called to. Surrender to success. You are ready to experience abundance. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an exciting new world of possibilities. So yeah, I literally think as the spider person surrenders the need for like control, the more they realize their control, like their controlling nature has been what's been blocking a lot of their success. And it's very interesting. But what do both parties need to surrender, Spirit? Beautiful. We have surrendered to miracles. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. Which is just so beautiful and so freaking true. Also going to use this deck for guidance. So, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the stingray, please? We have Tower Moment. Expect change, blessing in disguise. So what's this Tower Moment related to? You are on the right path. So, okay, so if the stingray person has experienced Tower Moment recently, it could be to get them on the right path. If you are the stingray person, don't worry about whatever chaos may be happening because it's clearly keeping you on the right path. If there are any Tower Moments, it's to make sure you stay on path because you are supported. What about the spider person, Spirit? What guidance do you have for them? We have new opportunity and wait. Take your time, ask for help. More information is coming. It's very interesting how you guys have only gotten like ocean cards. There's a lot of cards that have no water in them. But I guess for the spider person, you are being encouraged to wait for some sort of opportunity. And finally, Spirit, what guidance do you have for both parties? Go for it. You already know what you want. And on the back of the deck, I think this is so important. Don't settle. Dream big. There is more for you. And as I cut the deck, we have, yes, your intuition is correct. So Spirit is really saying, like, keep following your dreams. Keep trusting your intuition about what you feel and believe. If you'd like to know what's next for this connection, you can join me over in the extended. But if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me monetarily without it costing you a dime. But also, don't watch them. I'm not a monster. You just let them play. You do something more interesting. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, and you can subscribe if you haven't already. And be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch, my candles, my social media, all that's linked down below. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off any candles. But that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this message resonated and you enjoyed it. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Labradorite tiger. This is going to be your reading on you and your person and what is going on with your connection. So if you would like a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. We're going to go ahead and start by doing the energy check to see if this is even your pile. Now, I had the intention, I've been doing these with the intention of making these cards on this side you, and well, let me just explain. So let's start with what is meant to be quote unquote your energy. So to start with that, we have the rabbit. We have the heart chakra with rose and the theme of compassion. The trigger statement is I am unlovable, and the true statement is I am love. Your heart is healing and expanding with love. Spend time showering yourself with that love and then share it with others. We also have missing you, and we have pillow talk, which is interesting. As I pulled that out, missing you, I started hearing that song. Only Nickelodeon OGs from like my era will know this song, but it's a Miranda Cosgrove song. It's called like Kissing You. That's like what I heard in my head. But these two cards will represent the current energies and the connection. So for that, we have optimism, and we have door to spirit. And then these 4 cards are meant to represent your person. So for your person's energy, we have the gazelle. We have the third eye chakra, with the trigger statement being I am stuck, and the true statement being I am filled with possibility. Allow yourself to float up above any thoughts or emotions and see what is needed for you to process them and move forward. And finally, we have trust. And we have respect boundaries. So if you have any questions at all about the energy check, either now or while I'm doing the reading, I highly recommend you go and check out the FAQ portion after the intro. It's not that long, I promise. And you could just read my handwriting if you don't want to hear me explain things, but it explains everything. My intention was for the rabbit to represent you and the gazelle to represent your person, but I find it just easier to say the rabbit person and the gazelle person and leave it at that. I was trying to make it clearer, but I probably ended up creating more confusion in some of the other piles by having to specify so much, but that's okay. So whether you resonate with the rabbit or the gazelle is fine. Maybe you resonate with both, that's also fine. The only problem is if you don't resonate with either, because that means this isn't your reading. But let's get into it and start with, I want to start just with what both of you are experiencing right now. And that is, both of you are feeling a lot of fear when it comes to this connection. And I have so much compassion for both of you, because all of this fear is stemming from the fact that this situation is really good. It seems like for a lot of you, this is either a newer person or someone, it could be someone who has come back into your life, but they have to be like very, very, very different, and they would already be back in your life. Or I guess maybe this could be someone that's wanting to come back into your life. But I feel like for a lot of you, this is someone that you are either seeing or dating or getting to know. I feel like this is like more than friends, but less than a committed relationship. If it is a committed relationship, then I would say it's probably early days, and things are still new. Like, no matter what, there's definitely a freshness to this energy, and things are definitely going well between the two of you, and I think that is scary to both of you, actually. So starting with the rabbit person, I can definitely see that the rabbit person is very overwhelmed and very fearful around this connection right now, and I think they're very afraid of the feelings that they have for the gazelle. I think they definitely, I will say, the rabbit person projects their insecurities onto the gazelle a little bit. The gazelle might too. We haven't seen yet, who knows. But I do feel like the rabbit is working through wounds around being unlovable. The fact that we have this here, the heart chakra card around compassion. I feel like the rabbit person is very afraid of being open to love again, even though that's something they've really desired. And I feel like now that it's actually here, now that it's actually a possibility, it's a lot scarier. And I wouldn't be shocked if the rabbit person, I wouldn't say has taken a step back, but at the very least is holding back a little bit, because I feel like the rabbit person is, one, majorly overthinking things, and two, just very, very afraid. I feel like there's so many fears that they have that don't even really relate to this connection, but they are finding ways in which it could apply to this connection. Like, I feel like the rabbit has things that they are overwhelmed about in their life that have nothing to do with this connection. I mean, it could be career. I mean, it could be anything, any life stressors that they're overwhelmed with. And this connection is like a breath of fresh air to the rabbit. And I feel like that's very scary for them, because I feel like they were very comfortable before the gazelle came into their life. And now, one, they're realizing how much they were missing out on, at least in terms of, like they thought they were really content and happy with their life, and then they met the gazelle and realized that there was an unmet need, or it's like adding a new spice to life and realizing like, oh, life tastes a lot better with this spice added to it, if that makes sense, right? And I feel like the rabbit is even getting overwhelmed and anxious about the fact that they're overwhelmed, anxious about the connection, and the fact that they don't, like, there's a lot, like it's compounded fear. Like, if the rabbit's fear had an interest rate, it would be astronomical. And I just want to give the rabbit a big hug and tell them it's going to be okay. But if you are the rabbit person, I would definitely encourage you to make sure you are doing things to help you ground and get out of your head, whether that is going for walks, meditating, exercising, journaling, creating, doing art, anything that just gets you in the present moment with your body, and allows you to get out of your linear mind. I think that would be really helpful, because your fears are really getting in the way of your ability to recognize all the beautiful things that are entering your life. If you are the rabbit, not that if you're the gazelle, beautiful things are also entering your life, but I definitely feel like the rabbit person is really missing the gazelle. Part of me wonders if there's some sort of distance here. It could be like literally long distance, and that could be part of the fear. Or it could be that there are just like logistical things that have to be worked out before this connection can progress. Or maybe there's nothing stopping this connection from progressing, and that's the scary thing, is the vulnerability that requires, and the willingness to take risks and be open to another person. That's a big thing here. And see, here's the thing. The gazelle is also afraid too. And I think what's really interesting is that both parties here are being represented as prey animals, and there's no predators anywhere to be seen. In fact, the only other animal that we have is dogs, and dogs are the shit. They are incredibly loyal, so loving, and I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be a hater, but my ex didn't like dogs, and I realized that's a red flag for me now. If you don't like animals, that's kind of a red flag. Like, there's a difference between like not preferring animals for whatever reason and like not liking animals. I'm not here to info dump. Anyway, I just think dogs are great, and but I also think cats are great. And hot take, I don't really like the whole idea that you're a dog person or a cat person, or that if you like dogs, you have to hate cats. Both are awesome in their own individual ways. I'm an animal person, period. Shout out to all the other animal people who are multidimensional enough to recognize that you can like certain animals without tearing down other ones. Anyway, all of that animal rant to say that there are no predators here. And a lot of the fear that both of you are feeling in this situation, one just relates to how scary it is to be vulnerable and how scary it is to open yourself up to another person, which is normal and understandable. And also how scary it is to be experiencing something really exciting and positive when you're comfortable and used to things either being meh to boring, or you're used to struggling and for things to be hard and challenging. I think that this connection actually flows very freely, and it seems like this connection came into your life quite serendipitously. No matter what, though, I definitely think that there is a spiritual component and a spiritual reason for this connection entering your life and both of your lives. And the fact that we have this dove here, like, I really think that you both, like, I feel like it's kind of ironic how much fear you both are feeling on an individual level, because the amount of peace you feel with each other, I think, is really significant. And I think that both of you feel more confident in yourselves and more optimistic about yourselves, about your futures when you spend time together. But I think once you're back alone and you're reflecting, the reality of like what is happening, I think, is very scary for both of you. And so I definitely think that the rabbit is really struggling with wounds around being lovable. I feel like they are fighting every urge to not run in the opposite direction and self-sabotage. I feel like they really, really admire the gazelle, and I would warn the rabbit to be careful about putting the gazelle on a pedestal, because not only would it be unrealistic to put the gazelle on a pedestal, but if you put them on a pedestal, then the gazelle has no choice but to look down on you. So don't put people on pedestals, because nobody's fit to stand there, and we're all just guys being dudes, you know? We're all equal. Anyway, I really do feel like, because there's a lot of feeling here, the rabbit is really struggling with the idea of like, how could the gazelle be into someone like me? And, you know, and the gazelle would be like, how could I not be into someone like the rabbit? Like, the rabbit is so, and see, here's the thing, like, the rabbit is so compassionate and kind, and it's like they give that love to everyone but themselves. And I think that the rabbit knows that they are lovable and knows that people love them and knows that they're like a good influence and like people appreciate them and people love them. But on a romantic, intimate level, I think that the rabbit person has certain beliefs that they have enforced about themselves and their lovability based on their past experiences in relationships. And also, I think that they are still learning about what unconditional love really is. And I think that's why this spiritual component is so involved here, is because, you know, unconditional love, like, that's basically just like spirit. That's what spirit is. Spirit is unconditional love, like the unconditional love and the essence that is within and a part of all creation and around, and, you know, all that jazz. And I feel like the rabbit person has so much love within them and has so much trouble receiving it in return, which is an unbalanced situation here. And I feel like the rabbit has really been seeking more meaningful experiences, more depth to their life in general. And I definitely think that the gazelle brings that. But with the depth comes new areas of awareness, and also just new, like, there's, it's really hard to put into words what's going on with the rabbit, because so much is changing so quickly for them, and it's very scary, but it's also very exciting. And I feel like the rabbit person is bracing for a tower moment that's not coming. They're bracing for a rug that's not going to be ripped out from underneath them. And the rabbit person, I feel like one of their favorite things about the gazelle is the conversations that they have together, they have with them. Like the fact that we have pillow talk here, and your heart I will choose. Like, I feel like the rabbit and the gazelle, like y'all have had some very beautiful conversations, or like powerful heart to hearts. And I feel like more than anything, the rabbit is really missing connecting on a heart level with the gazelle. But I feel like the rabbit has actually needed to like take a step back and kind of regroup, like, because each time those conversations happen, like the rabbit learns so much about themselves, and there's so much awareness, and it's a little bit overwhelming and kind of intense. And it's almost like the rabbit needs to well, one, they may not have time to have conversations like that all the time, and two, it's like they need time to like digest the energy that's exchanged when y'all have these conversations, and then before they're ready for more. But the rabbit is definitely missing the gazelle, obviously, because that's there. And I feel like the rabbit is feeling really lonely, and I feel like the rabbit wants to tell the gazelle everything that's going on, but they don't really know how to put it into words. And I think that things are shifting so rapidly for them, they almost wonder if it's like even necessary to talk about in the first place. I feel like the rabbit would feel more comfortable telling the gazelle about like everything that they're experiencing in hindsight. It's almost like they need to be able to work through things on their own and then talk about them once they have more of a concise understanding of what they were actually experiencing. They feel like they don't want to give the gazelle the wrong idea about their fears, because their fears have nothing to do with the gazelle, or have nothing to do with the gazelle themselves. It just has everything to do with being vulnerable and being close and intimate with someone, and being open to love in that way. So moving over to the gazelle also is very afraid, but a lot of the gazelle's fear is the fear that they are picking up on from the rabbit. The gazelle has less fear than the rabbit does, and I think that's because the gazelle has done more heart healing than the rabbit has. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if the gazelle has been some sort of spiritual catalyst for the rabbit, because the gazelle is showing up as fire energy. So they could have Aries, Leo, Sagittarius placements, but they certainly don't have to. The rabbit's showing Earth placements, so the rabbit could be Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, but once again, certainly do not have to be. But I definitely think that the rabbit person is maybe more focused on their material realm, maybe more focused on, the physical, whereas I feel like the gazelle is just very, the gazelle seems more chaotic, but it seems like they even if their process is quite chaotic, they make it look very seamless. I feel like one of the reasons why the rabbit is very fearful as well is because the gazelle is very good at making it look like they're unbothered or there's nothing wrong. I feel like a lot of the gazelle's fear is stemming from the fact that they know that the rabbit has fears, but they don't know what the rabbit's fears are, and they don't want to interrogate the rabbit about that. The fact that we have respect boundaries here and trust, I feel like the gazelle is also very fearful about what the future holds for this connection. Like, both of you are very fearful about the future, and a lot of the fear has to do with the fact that the future looks bright. And I think there's fears of oh, what if it is bright? What does that mean? That's scary, but then also it's oh, this is so nice, this is so wonderful, what if it ends? There's fear on that end, and well, things are gonna happen. Nothing stays finite forever, but I feel like both of you are kind of robbing yourselves of the joy of experiencing the optimism and light and joy that is this connection. Even if you guys aren't able to spend as much time as you'd like, even if there are these fears here, I feel like you guys are really letting your fears get the best of you. And in the gazelle's And on the gazelle's end, I feel like they are really just trying their best to keep their cool. I feel like they're trusting in the situation, but there is a part of them that is very, very nervous and very like hyper vigilant when it comes to the rabbit and their connection with the rabbit. It's like I feel like they are constantly like reading into everything that the rabbit is saying, because the rabbit's not being very forthcoming with what their fears are and what they're going through, and the gazelle's picking up on the fear, but they don't know why the fear is there, and they don't know, like, and for the gazelle, because there's this hypervigilance, like, the gazelle also has wounds from love. The gazelle also has wounds from being vulnerable and intimacy and things of that nature. And in the gazelle's case, their fears are stemming from the fact that they know that there's fear in the situation. They have no clue what it is. They know that there's something weird going on, and that weirdness is just the rabbit's fears, right? But the gazelle's registering like something's off. Even though things are good, something's off. And so the gazelle is trying to be like, maintain a respectful distance and trust in whatever's unfolding. But the gazelle has feelings for the rabbit and cares about the rabbit, so they want to be able to be there to support the rabbit. Like, the gazelle, I feel like, is like kind of just waiting for the rabbit to talk about what's been going on and like what they've been dealing with, because the gazelle knows the rabbit is capable of communicating in effective, healthy ways that are clear, transparent, straightforward. And the gazelle's kind of aware that the rabbit, if the rabbit wanted to tell them about it, they would. Like, the rabbit's clearly not ready to tell them what's going on. And so the gazelle's like, okay, like, there's kind of a little bit of a wall here. Like, the gazelle recognizes they're kind of being walled out a little bit, but they're not taking it personally, because they've done enough work on themselves to recognize that they can't control the situation, they can't control the rabbit, and no matter what they would say anyway, the rabbit's gonna do what they're gonna do, and it's not the gazelle's job to like dispel their, like, if the rabbit wants to talk to the gazelle's trusting that the rabbit will. If there are things that the rabbit needs to tell the gazelle's trusting that the rabbit will. And I also feel like the gazelle is leaving this connection up to spirit, because spirit's the one that brought this connection to them in the first place. I feel like, especially with this trust card, like, I feel like the gazelle kind of goes back and forth between being very fearful and like wanting to run away from the situation, wanting to like put up their own walls, put up their own barriers, put up their own distances. But when they reconnect with like the reality of the situation, that, you know, this connection is really bright, it brings them a lot of joy, this connection has spiritual value, which is really important to the gazelle, and this connection is opening the gazelle, the connection is also opening the gazelle up to possibilities that they never thought possible. And so the gazelle's really just doing their best to be patient and hold space, while the rabbit works through their fears and works through whatever else they have going on in their life that is adding to this overwhelm. And I also feel like the gazelle there could be some like frustration on the gazelle's end, because they may feel stuck sometimes with this like inspire card, especially because if the rabbit's the one holding back and the gazelle wants to interact with the rabbit, but they don't want to push the rabbit away or be too clingy or be annoying, because the gazelle's hypervigilant, so they're constantly overthinking any action before they do it. And so the gazelle is more likely than not, when they're unsure of what action to take, they're likely going to do nothing because they don't know what to do, and they're too afraid of doing something that would mess something up. So the gazelle is not wanting to spook the rabbit by being too inquisitive or trying to dig into things. Like, the gazelle's being very hands-off in this situation. So if you're the rabbit person and you are wondering if the gazelle person can tell what's going on, yes. But also, if you're the rabbit person and you're wondering if the gazelle even cares that you've been distant, oh my god, yeah, they care. That, like, they miss you as much as you miss them. The thing is that they trust that if you need space, or if you need time to like work through things, like they're more than okay to give you that. Like, the gazelle's energy is very surrendered, and like the only time they get frustrated is when they believe that they are somehow blocked in this connection from like taking action. And the only time they feel blocked is when they're holding back out of fear that they would be too forward or disrespecting the rabbit's boundaries or need for space by inquiring or asking questions. So what I really feel like a lot of this is, you know, both of you are being put in a vulnerable situation that is positive and exciting, and that is scary for both of you, which is understandable. I feel like the gazelle person is just recognizing that no matter what, like, the rabbit person is a very special person that they're very grateful to at the very least have met. And I think it's so cool, actually, too, that we have allow yourself to float up above any thoughts or emotions and see what is needed for you to process them and move forward. And then we have this gal just laying out on a pool floaty. I really do feel like the gazelle person is going with the flow and just doing their best to like stay in alignment with, you know, the truth in their heart, which I think is that they're very excited about this connection. I feel like this connection brings them a lot of inspiration. I feel like the rabbit person also brings them a lot of comfort. And I think that the gazelle has really needed someone like the rabbit person in their life, because the gazelle loves pillow talk and deep conversations as much as the rabbit does. And I feel like the gazelle is honestly like waiting for the rabbit to kind of open up about what's been going on, because the gazelle, because of how hypervigilant the gazelle is, like they will notice any minute shift in the rabbit's energy. So if you're the rabbit person and you think that you've been doing a great job hiding your emotions from the gazelle, I mean, you can feel free to think that, but it's not the case. Anyway, I definitely just think that the connection itself is going in a very positive direction, and that scares the shit out of both of you. Both of you have like very healthy or like pretty healthy people, especially when it comes to like relating with others. I feel like both of you are like pretty emotionally mature and responsible, but both of you also are conditioned and used to working through things on your own. Like, even if you have like, I feel like both of you are used to like shouldering other people's burdens as well as your own. So it's very easy for both of you to feel weird about opening up about your burdens, because you're usually used to taking on other people's, not sharing your own. And it might feel weird to share your own, because like because if in your minds like your value is in being that support system for others, like carrying those burdens or shouldering those burdens, then you might feel like you're being a burden on the other person. And I think that this is really just a matter of you both opening up and continuing to trust and surrender and flow and be willing to be open and honest, even if it scares you. Because really, I think that a lot of the fear in this connection is just conditioning and just fears, insecurities, wounds that are coming up to be addressed and healed through one another, and at the very least, if not like healed, treated. So I'm trying to see if there's anything else before we get into the tarot, but I really do feel like both of you are really missing each other, whether that's because you've been talking less, or you haven't been able to see each other in person as much, whatever it may be. I feel like there has been some distance here, and it's not, I think it's likely a combination of life factors, life being life, and fears overwhelm that you both are carrying on your own and not really communicating about. But I feel like the rabbit has more control. Like, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like for some of you, the rabbit has more control over when they communicate with the gazelle. I feel like the gazelle is kind of more in this energy of going with the rabbit's flow, because it seems like the rabbit is the one that has more going on. Like, I mean, even just in the fact that, like, there's all this, like, just blank space around the gazelle, and then, you know, all the color, like, all the lines are here, whereas the rabbit's got, like, a lot going on. So I feel like the gazelle person is really just trying to give the rabbit as much grace as possible and just go with the flow. And I feel like the gazelle is really worried about being a burden or being too much or adding to the rabbit's, like, fear or overwhelm. I feel like that the gazelle is afraid of, like, scaring the rabbit away, and I feel like the rabbit is afraid of the gazelle losing interest or realizing that the rabbit's not all that great or something like that. And that just makes me so sad, because both of you guys are so wonderful, and I really, really hope that y'all stick it out to actually let each other, to actually show each other how wonderful you guys are. So with that being said, we're going to get into the tarot now, and I'm going to use the deck that you guys picked for the rabbit person. And I have 3 different tarot decks that I'm going to use, and essentially I'm just going to pull a card for thoughts, feelings, and actions, you, them, and the both of you together. So with that being said, if this reading is resonating and you're enjoying it, definitely be sure to check out the extended. We have a lot of fun over there, and the extendeds have been really good and full of a lot of good insight. So if you are interested in checking that out, that'll be linked down below. We're going to be looking at where this connection is headed, and I'm going to be asking questions, like, based on the reading and what the energies are. We're also going to use my channeled messages, my homemade ones, to have an honest conversation between the two of you. Those have been really interesting too. So if you're interested in that, that'll be linked down below. But if not, that is totally cool. I just am trying to become more comfortable with plugging myself, because I work really hard, and I really like the extendeds because I can say fuck a lot. Anyway. Spirit, what is the rabbit thinking about when it comes to the gazelle and their connection with the gazelle? Okay, yeah, we have strength. It's so interesting that both of you guys are being represented as prey animals, but you guys chose this really powerful deck with like tigers and lions. Looking for the bear. Oh my. Okay, so we've got strength. What is the rabbit feeling for the gazelle? We have the high priestess. Ooh. Ooh. More like who, am I right? Because the owl. And finally, Spirit, what action is the rabbit taking towards the gazelle? We have the Chariot. Wow, okay, powerful energies. These are very, very powerful energies. Okay, for the gazelle person, I'm going to be using this deck. It's called like Tarot de Luz or something. I spent so much time censoring all these decks before I did this reading. It took me a hot sec. This deck, I typically think YouTube is a little bit over the top with the whole nudity stuff, but this deck had such detailed drawings of dongs. I was like, you know what? I would like, if YouTube got me for some of the drawings on this deck, I would get it. They definitely needed censored. It was kind of like, wow, did they really need veins? Like, it was a lot. But man, it's kind of ridiculous how much YouTube is cracking down on like nudity. Like, what did titties ever do to you other than just be the best? Anyway, Spirit, what is the gazelle thinking about when it comes to the rabbit and their connection with the rabbit? Okay, we have the Two of Pentacles, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. Wow, this is a really cool, I am really liking this deck. This is a really cool interpretation. Okay, what is the gazelle feeling for the rabbit at this time? We have the Four of Swords. Feeling called to pull another card. We have the Ace of Swords, yeah. Okay, and finally, what action is the gazelle taking towards the rabbit? We have the Nine of Cups. Okay. Finally, we are going to use the Chubby Buns deck to look at what you both are thinking, what you both are feeling, and what action you both will be, what action both of you are taking. There we go. I can't grammar. Let's give this one more good shuffle. Okay, so Spirit, what are both the rabbit and the gazelle thinking about this connection and each other, please? This is so interesting. This card has come out for multiple piles. We just love to see it. Okay, what are both piles feeling when it comes to each other and the connection? We have the Page of Cups. And finally, what action are both parties taking at this time towards the connection, please? Okay, we'll take, all right, okay, that's a lot. Okay, there's a lot going on here. All right, okay, we've got Justice and the Page of Wands. I want to see what these three cards are. Okay, we've got the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, the Three of Wands upright, and the High Priestess. All right, I'll take them and I'll explain them. But don't get mad at me if it's a little bit longer because of that. Which is actually weird if you would get mad, but you'd be shocked at the things that people get upset about. This is clearly like a very major connection for the both of you, and I see why there is so much fear around this. Like, the rabbit's feelings are, like, what the rabbit is experiencing is no joke. We have all major arcanas here. And let me be clear, major arcanas do not mean better than, like, major arcanas are not better than minor arcanas. Major arcana cards are just more energetically dense and impactful. It's like, it's the difference between, like, I guess if you think, okay, the example I'm getting is from Super Smash Bros. The Major Arcana card is like a character, A Minor Arcana, which is like a Two of Pentacles, for example, could be like the things you do to modify the character, to change the character. Like, for example, changing like the color of the outfit, like changing if it's, I don't know. Confusing. I don't know why I'm even explaining this in the first place, but I'm just saying that energetically, major arcanas are more dense and more significant, whereas minor arcanas are, they're significant in their own ways. It's just that when you get a lot of major arcanas, this is very symbolic. These are very major themes. It's like, a major arcana is like a holiday, and a minor arcana is like a Tuesday. A holiday can be on a Tuesday. A Tuesday can be a great day, and any Tuesday can be a holiday. But I don't know why I'm talking about this. Get into the, Madison, get into the reading. Okay, sorry guys. But see, I think that's the thing, like, I'm talking so much, even just about random stuff, and I feel like one thing is that you guys are really missing talking to each other. So starting with the rabbit's thoughts, we have strength. The rabbit is definitely one thinking about, like, there's awareness of the fact that part of the reason why they're holding back is because on an ego level, they're very afraid of getting hurt. But also, there is a part of them that is very I want to give the rabbit a big hug. There's a part of the rabbit that's very ashamed of the fact that they're so fearful of this, because either this is like exactly what they've wanted, and now that it's happening, it's not that they're having second thoughts, they're just very afraid, like, am I ready? Like, am I gonna screw this up? But then also, I think that they weren't anticipating this connection being so strong so soon. I don't think that they have very much experience with spiritual connections. Like, this could be the first spiritual connection they've had with someone, at least to this level. But also, I think they're recognizing, like, they're very afraid of getting burned, and they're also very afraid of looking too eager or looking weak. Like, there is a part of them that is trying to master their fears because they don't want to bring them to the gazelle, because they don't want the gazelle to look at them as weak, to look at them as a vulnerable bunny rabbit. They don't want the gazelle to see them as a vulnerable bunny rabbit, which is kind of funny because I didn't realize that we had all these bunnies here. They want the gazelle to see them as this strong, powerful tiger, lion. They want to look strong. And I feel like what they're not recognizing is that it takes strength to be vulnerable with yourself and vulnerable with someone else around your fears. I feel like the gazelle would find it very, very attractive, actually, if the rabbit were open and honest about what they're going through. But I also think they're thinking about the fact that, like, they think the gazelle is very strong. I also think that this kind of plays into this behavior of putting the gazelle on the pedestal a little bit, where I feel like they may discount their own strengths and conflate the gazelles. Like, I feel like they might see the gazelle as more powerful than them or something like that, and they don't want the gazelle to realize that, because they worry that if the gazelle saw that the rabbit wasn't as powerful as them, they wouldn't be as interested. But here's the thing. That's literally just the rabbit projecting their own fear onto the gazelle, because the gazelle does see the rabbit person as powerful. It's the rabbit that doesn't see themselves as powerful. And they're worried that by not appearing powerful, the gazelle's not going to be interested, you know? But more than that, I feel like there's a lot happening for the rabbit person, and I'm even called to notice it. My Hindu peeps, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like Ma Kali is being represented. Like, at least her body is, or Durga, but Ma Kali and Ma Durga are like, please correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong, but I believe that Ma Kali was born out of Ma Durga's third eye. And it reminds me of the story of why Ma Kali was born, is because Durga was fighting these demons, and every time she slayed one, the demon would replicate, and it would just turn into two. And it just became too much for her to battle at once. And so she birthed Ma Kali from her third eye. And I love Kali Ma. She is just an incredible divine goddess. And she is all about killing the ego, murdering the ego, desecrating the ego to liberate and free the soul. She is all about brutally destroying, or gently destroying, that which does not serve the soul. Well, destroying that which serves the ego so that the soul can be free. And I think that the rabbit person is going through this very powerful awareness and awakening of the parts of themselves that are not real. Like, there's an ego death happening here, but it's not an ego death that they're grieving. It's an ego death that they're really welcoming, because it's freeing them in powerful ways. but they're very afraid with what this means for them. They're afraid of the changes. They're afraid of what's happening, and just the amount, like, they feel very raw, like, right now. They feel very vulnerable, and they're tender right now. And there's a lot of, they're needing to muster all their strength to just get through the day right now, because like there's so much happening on a personal emotional level, and then on top of it they're dealing with whatever responsibilities they have. So in terms of their feelings, they are definitely keeping their feelings a bit of a secret. They are not wanting the gazelle to know what they're truly feeling. I feel like the rabbit person, part of the rabbit person's fear is the fact that they are feeling such strong, intense emotions, and what has happened between, like, logistically, the amount of emotions that they feel shouldn't make sense for the amount of time spent together / the amount of time you guys have known each other. But first of all, it doesn't mean it's your first time meeting each other. Maybe this time on Earth, maybe this is your first rodeo as these present incarnations of yourself. But the rabbit person, I feel like, is being given access to inner awareness in a way that they did not have it before. I feel like they are really loving the way that this connection is bringing them closer to their own intuition. This rabbit person is also having a lot of intuitive hits about the gazelle and about the gazelle's significance. I feel like there's also some fear, though, of the gazelle, because if the gazelle is spiritual in nature, they may want to learn what the gazelle knows, but they're also maybe fearing, like, what does the gazelle know already that I haven't shared? Like, there might be fear around that. But with the high priestess as well, I feel like the rabbit really, really, really wants to know what's going on in the gazelle's mind. Like, what's the gazelle feeling? Like, what does the gazelle think of them? What the gazelle is like that quintessential person, which I'm sure a lot of you could relate. Well, you should, because for some of you, you're the gazelle, and for others, your person is the gazelle. So you should know someone like this. But you know that there are those people that like look so put together, or you are that person who everyone like thinks you're so put together and you look so put together, but like in reality you are a ball of chaos, just like doing your best every day. And when people say like, oh, how do you have it so together, and you're like, what are you talking about? I don't. Like, I feel like people project a lot of ideas onto the gazelle because the gazelle makes things look easy, even though the things that they do are really hard. I also feel like the gazelle thinks that they are more open and vulnerable with their emotions than they actually are. I think that the gazelle is so afraid of being vulnerable with their emotions in a way where, like, I feel like the gazelle thinks that they are vulnerable with their emotions even when they're not. Like, they're not always very, I feel like the gazelle, because the gazelle is so hypervigilant and is always like intuiting and picking up on things that are not directly spoken, I feel like the gazelle kind of automatically assumes that other people pick up on what's not spoken about them. And that's where that disconnect comes, because they like the gazelle, the reality of who the gazelle is does not match how people see the gazelle, and it also doesn't match how the gazelle sees themselves. There's kind of a mixture of both there. But in the rabbit's case, I feel like they are feeling very spiritually excited right now, but also very like curious, uncertain, obviously fearful, but it's prompting them to open their mind and expand their consciousness. I feel like if you both have talked about spiritual topics, I definitely think that the rabbit has been inspired by what you guys have talked about. Or if the rabbit is the more spiritual of the two, then I would be willing to bet that the rabbit is working through a lot of their fears of this connection through their spirituality, and they may be doing like the necessary shadow work to kind of like work through these fears so that they don't have to bring them to the gazelle's doorstep. But there's also just this deep respect and admiration for the gazelle, because they can tell that the gazelle is a really wise person, and there's this excitement to see what they could learn from the gazelle and what they could learn from the connection. They're already realizing the interconnectedness of their life and the gazelle's, and of just all things related to spirit in general. There's a real like shift of awareness where the rabbit is kind of realizing like, wow, there's so much more to this world than I thought. And while that's exciting, that's also very scary. It's like everything is a double-edged sword. Like, these things are exciting, but then they're also scary at the same time. But then in terms of actions, this is very promising. We have the Chariot. So the rabbit is planning on taking balanced action towards the gazelle. This could literally be traveling. They could be planning on traveling towards the gazelle, or they could be planning on just making plans with the gazelle. More than anything, their actions relate to moving forward in general, but also moving forward with the gazelle. The thing about the Chariot is, if it is unbalanced, it will tip over. And one thing that I'm seeing right now, which is interesting with this Chariot, is that actually in the traditional Rider-Waite, the Chariot's being pulled by titty sphinxes. If you don't believe me, you can Google it. They are titty sphinxes. But in this case, they're actually horses. And the horses are facing opposite directions. So I feel like right now the rabbit person's intentions are to get more balanced, get on track, and get more focused on like a singular path, like just to get enough of a grasp on what they're dealing with, a grasp of like the chaos of their life, and a grasp of like security and like comfort in all this chaos. Like, once they feel more balanced and grounded within themselves and are kind of able to move through like the apex of this fear, I feel like they'll be feeling a lot better. And more than anything, despite this fear, they're still wanting to move forward anyway. I think that's what's triggering a lot of the fear as well, is like they're re-triggering themselves as they continue to make themselves more vulnerable. But that's how they're empowering themselves and growing beyond these fears. So, you know, the rabbit, if you are the rabbit person, you are doing great work. You are doing amazing, sweetie. And please do not stop pushing yourself in this situation, because I promise you it can and will be worth it, and you will realize how much of your fears are just illusions. Like, you so deserve to feel this love. You so deserve to feel connected to someone who sees your depth and like all of the wonderful qualities that you have to offer. And so, speaking of wonderful qualities that you have to offer, the gazelle sees those. So let's talk about what the gazelle is thinking about in terms of this connection right now. Well, you, if you're the rabbit, what the gazelle is thinking about in terms of the rabbit and this connection. So the fact that we have the Two Pentacles here, I thought it was so interesting that it came out as an egg. I feel like that one kind of goes to show that the gazelle definitely thinks that the connection is still very fragile. And I also think it is very indicative of the fact that this connection is still very young. I mean, the egg isn't even close to hatching yet. And I feel like the gazelle is aware of the fact that they kind of need to stay balanced in their own personal life and be patient as this situation incubates. not to pun intended. Anyway, there's kind of this energy where the gazelle may be feeling like they need to walk on eggshells around the rabbit, or they are walking on eggshells around the rabbit because they're afraid of creating more fear for the rabbit. They're also just very afraid of, I think one of the things that the gazelle is very afraid of is, it's quite likely that they've been with people in the past who were emotionally abusive, and it seems like the gazelle has had to learn a lot about boundaries the hard way. And I feel like the gazelle has learned to stay back and not push or like ask, or the gazelle is very afraid of like extreme reactions to showing care or concern, or to just asking questions or being human. And I want to give the gazelle a hug too, because I feel like the gazelle knows. I mean, the fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune here, the gazelle knows that the rabbit was brought into their life for a reason, and that this connection has the divine written all over it. Like, this connection is a blessing in their life. Like, the fact that we have Door to Spirit here and the Wheel of Fortune and like all of these major arcana, like, the gazelle knows that the divine brought the rabbit into their life for a reason. And I think that the gazelle has done enough growing and healing to apply what they've learned, from the past, so that there is more peace on their end, where they're kind of able to keep their fears more in line, and they're able to regulate themselves and kind of surrender those fears and trust and be respectful and patient and give the rabbit grace. But there's definitely like I think that if you're the rabbit person, a large reason why the gazelle person may be very standoffish, or may wait for you to instigate contact, or may just be more passive, that's because when they have taken dynamic action in the past, when they have been confrontational, and I don't even mean confrontational in like an aggressive way, but just in like, hey, well, I've noticed this, what's going on? They've had unhealthy reactions to that in the past. And I think that there are like a lot of fears on their end of saying or doing quote unquote the wrong thing, and making the rabbit like mad at them, or making the rabbit like just decide that they're afraid of doing anything that can make the rabbit person like hate them or decide that they suck. And that is where the gazelle is delusional. The gazelle believes that this connection is still very, very fragile, and believes that they have to walk on eggshells because they are so afraid of like ruining something, even though they know that there's a spiritual component to this. And the rabbit has done nothing that would remotely display the extreme reactions that the gazelle is fearful of. But it's not logical, you know? It's primal. And I think that's the thing, is like a lot of what's going on here is both of your primal human animal fears are being triggered, and spirit is coming through to help you see those, to help you process those, so that you can grow through them and recognize the love that exists beyond those fears. And I'm not just talking about romantic love. I'm talking about like spiritual love, like the love that spirit has for each and every one of us. And, you know, the love that we are made of and consist of, and the truth that the reality is love, and that fear is an illusion that keeps us separate from that love. So right now, the fears, your individual fears, are what is keeping you both separate in terms of being able to connect more authentically and connect more deeply. But I think the gazelle knows that that everything will work out as it's meant to. They're focused on, like, in their head, they're kind of just matching whatever energy the rabbit is giving. Sorry, I'm burping. And also, and the fact that I was burping while I was doing that means that I think the gazelle is releasing a lot of negativity around projections onto the rabbit. Like, they could have, when the rabbit first started, like, holding back, the gazelle could have been very fearful that, like, that they had done something wrong, and that the rabbit, like, didn't like them, and that the rabbit actually wasn't interested in them but was afraid to tell them that, or that the rabbit had decided that, like, they didn't want to pursue things with the gazelle has their own irrational fears that they are working through. And I'm feeling this like really sharp, like stabbing pain in the very back of my head. And I feel like for the gazelle, a lot of their fears have manifested as these like manifested as like fears that they've kind of had in their back of their mind that they suppressed and kind of ignored. And then once the rabbit would like display some sort of like behavior or shift in their energy that could potentially lead to these fears, then they would become like the forefront of, they would come to like the forefront of the gazelle's mind, and that makes them very overwhelmed. But every time that happens, they do this process of kind of refining and purifying those thoughts because they recognize that they're distorted. They recognize that they're fearful. So, I feel like the gazelle is just being patient and trusting in how things unfold. I feel like they're recognizing that no matter what is meant to happen here, like, it will be okay, and that they're meant to trust. And I also feel like Spirit keeps trying to remind the gazelle, like, nothing so far within the connection itself, from our guidance to you or from the rabbit themselves, has indicated to you that there's major red flags or something seriously nefarious here. It's just your fear of something being nefarious, your fear of things not working out, just fear. Like, that is like this group is really like love versus fear. It's really giving me like Hedgehog's dilemma energy, or Hedgehog's dilemma energy. The Hedgehog's dilemma is essentially just a thing, a metaphor, an analogy for human intimacy. The idea is just that, hedgehogs want to get closer to one another for warmth, but the closer they get, the more they hurt one another because of their spikes. So it's like the dilemma between wanting to be close to someone and the pain that comes from connecting with people in general. But I think the beautiful thing is that you both, there's a beautiful connection here. Do not let your fears delude you into thinking that you're unworthy of the other, or that this situation is too good to be true, because it's not too good to be true. Your fears are just making it seem as such, when in reality, you both have experienced past relationships or just experiences with others that you shouldn't have had to deal with in the first place, and that are what people shouldn't have to go through in general. Anyway, in terms of the gazelle's emotions, we have the Four of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So I definitely feel like the gazelle is really desiring to talk to the rabbit. Like, they really want to talk to the rabbit about what they've been going through, and also like they also just want to know what's going on with the rabbit, like what their fears are. Like, they really want to be able to give the rabbit reassurance. And I feel like the gazelle really wants to tell the rabbit the truth of like how they're feeling, the truth of they just want to talk to the rabbit more, and they want to talk about like anything and everything, but there's a real emphasis on like wanting to break any silence that may be between the two of you right now. Like, they may really be wanting to break the silence, but they may be holding back because they don't want to bother the rabbit or push the rabbit to like speak on anything before they're ready. I definitely feel like the rabbit right now, especially with that High Priestess, like they are doing the inner work. Like they are working through these fears. Like, they are recognizing that these fears are not, one, it's not fair to be projecting those fears onto the gazelle, and two, like, they know that these fears are not from the gazelle. They're from themselves. And I feel like on the gazelle's end, the gazelle's just really craving more conversation and intellectual intimacy with the rabbit person, because I feel like the gazelle is aware of the fact that the rabbit's presence is not only very healing for the gazelle, but also the rabbit's presence gives the gazelle a lot more clarity about themselves and their own life. I feel like the gazelle has a hard time seeing things clearly when they're not able to communicate with someone who understands, like who can like match their depth, or who kind of gets their vibe. I feel like the gazelle is chronically misunderstood and is someone who really struggles to see themselves accurately, which I think I already said, but they have not experienced the type of healing conversations that they have with the rabbit with anyone else. And so I think one thing is they're just really, really yearning for more communication with the rabbit, and to like really talk about what they've been going through and what they've been experiencing, and talk about the fact that like they know that the rabbit is going through things, and the fact that they want to help, and the gazelle does not want to add any stress, negativity, overwhelm to the rabbit whatsoever. They literally just want to give the rabbit respite and be a source of respite for the rabbit. They want the rabbit to be able to come to them and talk about anything that's bothering them. They want to be able to give the rabbit more peace and reassurance, but the problem is that they don't know what the rabbit needs reassurance about. They don't know what the rabbit is fearful of, so they don't really know, like, so they can't really do anything. There's just the desire, but they don't know what the rabbit actually needs because the rabbit hasn't said. But there's also with that Ace of Swords, like they're just really, they're really hoping and really wanting the opportunity to just clear the air and like just talk about what's been going on, and also talk about, like, the gazelle really wants to know what the rabbit is thinking and how the rabbit is perceiving them, because the gazelle knows that they're not always perceived accurately, and knows that what's going on internally doesn't always match like what they express and what they share. So I really feel like the gazelle is really just yearning for truth and the opportunity to communicate more. I think the gazelle really really appreciates like nourishing conversation, and that's what they're really craving. And I also think they're just craving like exchanging energy with the rabbit. Like they really just love being in the rabbit's energy. Like the rabbit's energy is really, really gentle, and it's kind of ironic that the rabbit is so fearful, because when the gazelle is in the rabbit's presence, the gazelle feels a lot of peace. It's only like when the gazelle and the rabbit part ways that I think the fears start coming up. It's like when you both are together and like in the energy of the connection and are actively connecting, there's like that piece of like, oh yeah, like this is easy, like this flows well, like it's kind of effortless. And when you're not together and when you're not interacting, that's when all of the doubt, all the fear, all of this stuff that dissipates when you're together, because like the reality of what is just so apparent. There's no need to overthink or fear. But once the memory and the awareness of that starts to slip, and it's been a minute and it's been a while since y'all have talked or since y'all have seen one another, it's very easy for those fears to start kicking up. So I really do feel like the gazelle is just really focused on wanting to get clarity, wanting the truth. I think that there is still a little bit of fear on their end that like, they're like, man, if the rabbit is just like not interested in me, or if the rabbit like just wants something else, like I just wish they would tell me instead of like, you know, holding back. Like, but I think the gazelle knows deep down like that's not the case. It's just their fears acting up. And I think that, you know, they're recognizing that a lot of their wounds around connecting with others, especially in romantic connections, like they're starting to see where their wounds are, and they are gaining clarity on where they need more support and more healing within themselves. And so that is serving them, and they're recognizing that, and they're recognizing even the value of the rabbit person like pulling back a little bit, or the rabbit person like the value of this fearful time for the both of you. Like they're recognizing that they're benefiting from this situation, even though they wouldn't like this situation to be the way it is. They're still benefiting from it. Now, in terms of action, we have the Nine of Cups. So the gazelle, all the gazelle wants is to make the rabbit happy. Like with the Nine of Cups, like I'm getting from the gazelle, like I dream of genie energy. Like the gazelle really just wants to, if the gazelle could, they would take away all of the rabbit's fear and also get them the winning lottery ticket and go above and beyond, essentially. I feel like with this Nine of Cups here, the gazelle is focused on doing the things that make them happy in the present, but they are part of the reason why they want communication so badly, or at least want the rabbit to open up more about what's going on, is because they so badly want to take action that will be helpful for the rabbit. Like they want to help the rabbit. Like their wish fulfillment, like the Nine of Cups is all about wish fulfillments. And right now the gazelle's wish fulfillment is to be able to know what's going on in the rabbit's psyche and know how they can help the rabbit and be a support system, instead of just keeping their distance and like letting the rabbit work things out on their own. Unless the rabbit has explicitly stated that the way that the gazelle can help is by keeping their distance, which in that case, the gazelle is keeping their distance to make the rabbit happy. I feel like the rabbit is not wanting to burden the gazelle with their own fears, but what they don't see is that the gazelle so desperate, like the gazelle hates feeling like there's nothing they can do to be helpful. And so I feel like more than anything, the gazelle wishes that they could take action that would be supportive and nurturing to the rabbit, but until they know what that is, there's not really a whole lot they can do. So with that being said, let's talk about the mutual thoughts, feelings, and energy. So starting with thoughts, we have the Empress. And in this case, I definitely think that there is an awareness of like, both of you are thinking about the fact that like, I think that this connection has been really great in terms of your self-esteem. Like I think both of you think really highly of one another, right? But also the fact that someone like you is interested in them and vice versa, it's a bit of an ego boost. And well, I wouldn't say ego boost. It's a self-esteem boost for sure. But it's also something that I think both of you are aware that this connection like needs to flow. Like I think both of you are in this state where neither of you are trying to force things, and rather you're kind of just going with the flow. You know, the Empress is all about cycles and timing. And I think both of you are recognizing that there are certain like obstacles or there are certain things outside of your control here. And I think they mainly have to do with logistics. But I think that both of you are just kind of recognizing like all you can really do is see where things go and let things unfold. And so I think on both of your ends, there's just this constant like need to surrender the fear, because you guys are both aware of like when you're connecting with each other, there's so much there. Like this connection is so fertile and abundant, and like there's so much room for growth together. There's so much room for opportunity. There's so much room for exploration. There's so much room for creation. Like the opportunities to create together there's so many. I also would be curious too, like in terms of your synastry with each other, I wonder if you guys have like some good flowing Venus placements. Like I wonder if your Venuses are like conjunct or trining or something. Wait, I don't know if, I'm not very good at astrology. Anyway, I also just think in general, you both see this connection as very fruitful, like very promising. Like, how could you not want this? I feel like it's just very scary because it's like, do I deserve it? You know? And I think both of you are recognizing that you do, and Spirit's kind of helping you both work through that process so that you can embrace that. Now, in terms of mutual feelings, this is what is so interesting, because both of you are doing an excellent job of keeping things as chill as possible between each other, despite the amount of fear that you both have been carrying. Like, it's very impressive. But with this Page of Cups here, both of you are wanting to like reconnect. Like, if you guys haven't been talking as much or something like that, both of you mutually have the desire to connect more. I feel like both of you are really just missing the playful, fun, flirty energy that's between the two of you. Like, there's a silliness and just a free-spiritedness that you guys have together that I think both of you really love. And I think this connection is also very nurturing to your inner children and very nurturing emotionally. There's a lot of sweetness and a lot of like just kindness, compassion, and lighthearted energy. This energy is just very sweet. Like, you guys have a lot of sweet feelings for each other. And I think both of you really want to, like, at the very least, communicate that. Like, I feel like that if you guys have been, I feel like these fears have definitely caused you both to, like, pull back a little bit. And I think both of you are really missing, like, for example, like, maybe you guys haven't been, if you guys, like, text, if you guys are texters, maybe you're, like, missing texting more, or maybe you're missing, like, just sending each other messages throughout the day more. I definitely think that there's a mutual feeling of, like, wanting to communicate on an emotional level, in the sense of, like, I don't want to, like, pour out my feelings in a text novel, but I do at the very least want to, like, you know, send some fun, sweet, flirty energy. Like, you both want to send that towards each other's, like, way. And I also think that there is, like, you both miss the fun, lighthearted energy, like the fun, lighthearted conversations that you have. And I also think too, like, with the Page of Cups, both of you are wanting to instigate an opportunity to connect, whether that is, like, in person, like through a date, or just through meeting up, or whether that's through, like, talking to one another. There's definitely, like, a lot of sweet feelings here. And I think that both of you are kind of doing your best to not dive too deep too quick, in the sense that, like, even though both of you have these intense major feelings, you both are doing a great job at, like, being very measured in your approach, and being and keeping things light, and not making things too serious too quickly. You guys are doing, like, a really great job at, like, keeping things very, very healthy. I would almost argue, like, you guys could be a little bit messier with each other. I think it would actually make you guys less afraid if you were a little bit messier with each other, because you would see each other's humanity more. Now, I'm not sitting here being like, go be messy, but what I am saying is being human is not being messy. And I think that both of you are really yearning to see more of each other's, like, flaws. And I think that is something that will help the both of you, like, bond more deeply. It's like, once you see each other's humanity more, and you know, each other's, like, weaknesses, I feel like the more you guys will realize, like, one, how suited to each other you are, and two, the fact that, like, a lot of your fears were just illusions in the first place. It's like when you see a scary shadow at night and it looks like a giant monster, but then you turn the light on and it's just like a coat rack making a weird shadow. You know what I mean? So in terms of mutual action, we got a lot going on. We have justice, and I think that's the main theme here. So the mutual action right now is you both, I think, are working towards, one, a traditional commitment with one another. I feel like that's what you both want, unless that's what neither of you want. What you're truly working towards is balance between the two of you. I mean, justice is literally balance, but justice is also ruled by Libra energy. Libra is literally all about partnerships. I feel like both of you see each other as a potential partner, as someone that you would like to be in a partnership with. And so I feel like right now both of you are taking the action necessary to get to a point where you're more balanced and more ready for that. I feel like both of you know that you want a committed relationship, but neither of you are like ready for that yet, either because of like logistical things or because of like just where the connection is right now. Like neither of you are ready to say like, oh yeah, I want to commit to this person, but rather like the potential for like serious commitment is here, and I think that both of you are wanting to explore that. And I think that's where this Page of Wands comes in, is like you both are trying your best to just be very playful and explore things, but there's this undertone of seriousness that neither of you are really acknowledging, because it is intense and it is like a lot. And so I feel like both of you are doing your best to just keep things light despite the intense energies that exist between the two of you and that are existing because of the connection in your life. I feel like both of you are trying your best to just not take things too seriously, but also recognize that like this connection works the best when there's a fine balance between playful lightheartedness and serious, deep, emotional connection. But we also have the High Priestess, the Three of Wands, and the Seven of Pentacles. So I feel like both of you are feeling kind of impatient and feeling kind of uncertain about what the future holds. And I think that's just because you guys haven't talked about what you truly want. I feel like both of you are maybe even afraid of bringing up the topic of conversation, like the topic of commitment, because maybe that's something that other people didn't want, or maybe you're afraid of scaring each other off. Like maybe we're not at that point yet. Like there's definitely a lot of inner work you both are doing. And I think on the Rabbit's end, there's a much bigger emphasis on like the High Priestess energy since it came out. But I feel like both of you are kind of keeping secrets from one another, keeping like your inner feelings and emotions from one another. It's like these are all positive secrets that you're keeping from one another. It's not like crazy secrets, but with the Three of Wands here, I feel like you both are optimistic about the future. You feel like the future is bright, but there's a bit of impatience with it coming. And it also feels like at the same time, is it ever going to come? I'm so immature. Anyway, with that Seven of Pentacles in reverse as well, I feel like part of the fear of the future is because you haven't talked about the future yet. And the fear of like, where is this headed? What's happening? I feel like because there's a lot that's up in the air in your personal lives, you know, naturally there's going to be stuff that's up in the air here. Even the cards are up in the air, which like, love that synchronicity. Talk about confirmation. But essentially the action that you guys are taking is preparing the both of you for a committed relationship, should that be what you both want, once you're balanced enough to talk about that and in the position to talk about that. Like that's definitely where you're heading. And I also think there's a strong sense of integrity between the two of you. Like if you're afraid of this person doing you dirty or like ripping the rug out from underneath you, I have to say the likelihood of that is so slim. The only reason I say slim, I would say it wouldn't happen, but like, you know, in the words of our Lord and Savior, Justin Bieber, never say never. So, you know, I would say 99.9% chance that neither of you would ever do anything to like rip the rug out from underneath one another. There's a lot of mutual respect and a lot of integrity. And I think that it's very important to the both of you that you act, that you do right by the other, and that, you act in alignment with your feelings, your integrity, all that jazz. So, wow. Okay. Lots to go through. Let's go ahead and get into your guidance now before we move over to the extended. You're probably like, Aso, this wasn't extended. And I'm like, I know. Spirit has a vice grip on my soul until I get to everything we got to get to. So it does not matter how long it takes. I will get to the bottom of things. So we're going to start by seeing what the rabbit needs to surrender. So Spirit, what does the rabbit need to surrender at this time? Please. You can't make this shit up. Let go of the fearful stories you are telling yourself. Stay in the moment, focus on the solutions, and celebrate every baby step forward. And yeah, surrender fear. And I think that's actually the key to this situation. The way that you guys have been handling it is actually the only thing that I would say there's room for improvement is just more honest and vulnerable communication, because that vulnerable communication is not going to make the other person like, it's not going to turn the other person off. It's going to make the other person feel safer, actually. And I actually think baby steps, like these Page of Cups are really showing like the baby steps that you're taking, I think is actually the best approach here. It's the necessary counterbalance to all of the intense energies. So yeah, thumbs up. Surrender the fear, rabbit. Okay, what does the gazelle need to surrender at this time? I love what I do so much. I love what I do so much. Like, this is just so affirming to everything that I've just channeled for the past hour and 25 minutes. Oh my God, guys. I swear to God, this feels like 45 minutes. Oh my God. And we haven't extended. Don't say I don't love y'all, because I fucking do. Anyway, gazelle, make a commitment not to lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that spirit is guiding you always. Yeah. And look at that. Here's what I love. Like, look, they're facing each other. I don't know. I just think that's really cute. Anyway, Spirit, what do both parties need to surrender? Surrender to non-action. Now is the time to simply be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you and surrender to your soul's path. Your life's journey has been perfectly designed for your soul's growth. Embrace every lesson and every moment. So yeah, if you're feeling called to keep, I feel like with this surrender to non-action, like there's nothing that you necessarily need to do other than to be. Like, take action towards the other person when it feels authentic. If you feel called from your heart to say something, to let them know something, do it. You know, don't hold back out of fear, but also don't act out of fear. I feel like Spirit is saying, like, if you don't know what to do, maybe you just don't need to do anything. Relax and let things flow. And because you'll know what to do when you know what to do. And I know that doesn't really make much sense, but essentially, if you don't know what to do, then you're not meant to do anything. Unless you feel called to do something, unless you feel a conviction to do something. If you feel like the best thing to do is just let things flow for now and just go with the flow and not really do anything, trust in that. Trust that if you're meant to take action, Spirit will bring you the inspiration necessary to make that ish happen. I mean, look at that big old horn she got on her third eye. Like, y'all both have a pretty good sense of intuition, so there's no need to worry here. Anyway, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the rabbit at this time? Set boundaries, protect your energy, say no. So I definitely think that you're being encouraged, if you are the rabbit, to one, set boundaries with your own fears. Like, when you start ruminating, that's when you want to say, okay, I am ungrounded. I need to set boundaries with myself and do something to bring myself back to the present at the very least. But also, I think that you're really being encouraged to set boundaries with people that are adding to your overwhelm that do not add to your life, or things that are adding to your overwhelm that do not add to your overall joy and happiness. Like, obviously a large thing that can add to our overwhelm is like our job, but what I mean by that is, like, you know, don't agree to unpaid overtime just to like please your boss. You know what I mean? Like, do what you got to do, but don't push yourself to the brink for someone else's satisfaction. You know what I mean? But also, in terms of setting boundaries as well, like letting the gazelle know, like, hey, I do best, I'm dealing with some stuff, it has nothing to do with you, but I do best during these times, like when I have space. Or hey, I don't know. Point being, set boundaries with anything that's adding to your fear, with anything that's taking away from you and giving nothing in return. Anyway, what guidance do you have for the gazelle, Spirit? We have celebrate, job well done, recognition, say yes. That's so funny. The rabbit's got to say no and the gazelle's got to say yes. So I feel like the gazelle is really just being guided to continue embracing what this connection has to hold and celebrate how far they've come, because I feel like it has taken a lot of inner work for the gazelle to be in this state where they can be trusting, where they can just surrender and let things flow as they will. Like, it's taken a long time to get there. And I feel like Spirit is asking the gazelle to celebrate, but also, like, I feel like the gazelle the gazelle should gazelle-brate more often, simply because they deserve to, and because I don't think they take time to appreciate how far they've come and all they've done in life. And I feel like for the rabbit person, they're being encouraged to set boundaries with their own fear and say no to their fear and say yes to this connection and where it's leading to, because there's a lot of joy here. So finally, Spirit, what guidance do you have for both parties moving forward? Beautiful. We have trust God, unexpected blessing, do your part. And on the back of the deck, we have wait, take your time, ask for help, more information is coming. So yeah, trust that this situation is working out as it's intended to. If you want to know what's next for this connection, come join me in the extended. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for what I do. So thank you to everyone who takes the time to do that. If you would like to support me in other ways and show appreciation, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. Shout out to my notification squad. You guys are the best. And if you want me to see your comment, I usually see comments when I first upload. You can also check out my candles as well as my merch and my social media. All of that is linked down below. But in terms of checking out my candles, be sure to use code ESO10 for 10% off. You help me and you save money. So that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching and for sticking through this reading and for being here. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I really hope it brought you clarity. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!